can watch the City Council meeting live on YouTube by visiting boston.gov/citycouncil-tv. I'd like to ask my colleagues and those in the audience to please silence your cell phones and electronic devices. Thank you. I'd also ask everyone to be respectful of each other. Do not disrupt the meeting while you are here. If you are disruptive, you will be asked to leave. If you fail to comply, you will be escorted out. It is important that we are able to conduct this meeting in a civil and respectful manner. Please also note that according to City Council rules, there are no signs allowed in the chamber. Roll call. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll to ascertain the presence of a quorum, please?
Councilor Williams. Present.
Councilor Baker.
Here.
Councilor Braden.
Here.
Councilor Coletta.
Here.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Flaherty.
Here.
Councilor Flynn.
Here.
Councilor Lara. Councilor Louisiana.
Here.
Councilor Mejia. Councilor Murphy. And Councilor Worrell. A quorum is present.
Thank you. I've been informed by the clerk that a quorum is present. This week's clergy was invited by City Councilor Louis Jean. I'd like to ask City Councilor Louis Jean to please come to the podium at this time and introduce our clergy for today.
Thank you, President Flynn, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm incredibly excited about the clergy that we have here today. As an at-large city councilor, I really enjoy celebrating all of the faith traditions here in our city, and it's incredibly significant today that we have with us an imam to offer the opening prayer as Muslims in Boston and around the world celebrate Eid al-Adha, a holiday commemorating the culmination of the annual pilgrimage to Mecca. So Eid Mubarak. Imam Ahmed Bari is a longtime resident of Boston and voluntary imam at the Islamic Society of Boston Cultural Center. He has been with the ISBCC since they opened their doors in Roxbury 15 years ago. Imam Ahmed is a business owner, active community member, and father of three, two of whom are with us here today, as well as his wife, Ruthie, as a Ruthie. Welcome to Chambers, Ruthie, and serves as a spiritual advisor to many in the city of Boston. Imam Ahmed Bari, please come forward and offer your opening prayer. Thank you.
Please, you don't have to stand. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. Allah says in the Quran, by time, the human being isn't lost, except those who believe and do good works and encourage truth and recommend patience. This is from the Quran, the chapter from the Quran. Respected brothers and elders and leaders of our community, I'd like to share with you just a couple of minutes. There was a leader who was very powerful. Some say that he ruled the world. When he died, or actually before he died, he made a request. What was his request? He said that when you bury me, I want both my hands above the ground. They asked him, why is it that you want your hands above the ground? He said, I want everyone to know that after leading this world, having all the power, all the military might, all the wealth, today I am left with nothing. So this is a lesson for each and every one of us, that this life is very short. No matter how long you live, you're going to leave this world. Now, as Muslims, we believe in the hereafter life. It is similar to like this life that we're living in, except that it is far better. It is far better than the life of this world. And it's forever. There's no dying there. There's no sickness. There's no poverty. No more wars. This is what Islam teaches. So, as a Muslim, I'd like to thank you leaders, you representatives of our city, because you all have wives, children, or husbands, so much responsibility just like us. But you're here serving your city. You're here serving your city to make our city a better city. It's an amazing thing that you'll do. So ask God the Almighty to protect you all. And thank you sincerely for your services. Now, for the rest of us civilians, let us be respectful to our leaders. No matter what differences we have, they're human beings, they're people just like us. While they're in this building, they are our leaders. Outside this building, they're just like us. So let us be good to them. If they make mistakes, correct them in a nice way. Don't yell, don't scream, don't sabotage them, don't make threats to them. If you want something from them, believe me, they will listen to us. Anything we want from them, they will do it for us. This is why they chose this leadership position. And as you all know, today is our holy day as Muslims, which is the Eid. It's a month, it's a day of sacrifice. If you know the history of Abraham, you would know this, how he sacrificed. He was about to sacrifice his son, Ishmael, but God instead told him to sacrifice a sheep. And as a Muslim, I humbly ask you leaders, Islam is growing in this city. The Muslim population is growing, very large. We love to support you. We ask that you help us with our needs. Accommodate us also with the things that we need so that we can help contribute in the city as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Iman. I would like to ask everyone to please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, can the record be reflected that Council Worrell is present, that Councilor Tanya Fernandez Anderson is present? At this time, I'm going to ask Councilor Mejia to please come to the podium to introduce a special guest.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, excited to be here today. It is with great pleasure and honor to recognize Willie Chill Veal for his dedication and selflessness and commitment to our community. He is a remarkable individual who has become a cherished figure within our beloved city. Willie Chill Veal's story is one of inspiration, compassion, and tireless service. For more than 30 years, he has passionately devoted himself to giving back, spreading joy, and providing support to people in our city. During the holiday season, Willie organizes toy giveaways for youth, ensuring that every child, regardless of their socioeconomic background, experiences the magic of Christmas. And my office had the pleasure of witnessing that ourselves, and so it was such a beautiful event, and I'm so happy to know that not only are you committing and creating space for people to experience joy, but you have been such a tremendous leader here in our community by creating countless memories, bringing smiles to the faces of children, and reminding us all of the power of kindness and generosity. Recognizing the importance of warmth and protection during our harsh New England winters, Willie also holds jacket giveaways for those who do not have the means to purchase proper winter clothing. Through his actions, he provides not only physical comfort, but also a sense of dignity and care for those who need it most. He also has played a major role in the basketball community, coaching multiple teams in the Boston Public Schools and leading them to championships. And I heard that you are a legend in this space. Through his guidance and mentorship, Willie has not only fostered athletic excellence, but has also instilled valuable life lessons in the hearts and minds of young athletes. His dedication to teaching, discipline, teamwork, and determination has shaped the lives of countless individuals, molding them into responsible, driven, and honorable members of our society. Willie has held Chill's Diamond Ring basketball tournament for the past 30 years. Year after year, the first weekend of June sees this community-wide event unite over 300 families, solidifying its place as one of the longest-standing events in our city. Today, on behalf of my office and the entire City Council, I am proud to represent and present a citation to Willie Chill Veal for his selfless dedication and outstanding service demonstrated the very best of our community. Through his actions, he has shown us what it means to be a true Bostonian, reminding us of the power that we all possess to create positive change. Let's celebrate the remarkable contributions of Willie Chill Veal and join together in expressing our deepest gratitude for his commitment to the city we proudly call home. Mr. Veal. Oh my goodness. I'm like, I thought you were gonna come to the stage and make your way here. Oh my God. Thank you. Could his members of his family also please come down, Caesar Veal, and the rest of the village that is here. And as you make your way down, I just want to just go off script really quick and thank President Flynn, first of all, for giving me the opportunity to always do these presentations. So I really do appreciate your generosity. And also when we're thinking about what community means, is that oftentimes we're always relying on government or nonprofit organizations to do the work. But what this individual here, Willie, has shown us is that oftentimes everyday citizens could take it upon themselves to create the type of environment and create space for a community. So, Mr. Chill, I'm gonna call you Mr. Chill, we really do appreciate all that you have done, and we're giving you 3 minutes on the floor to say a few remarks.
That means 5? Okay.
No, I have said 3. You better act like you know. 3.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to thank the counselor. First, I would like to thank Councilman Mejia, the council president, the rest of the city council for this resolution. It's always been important to me to give the community what they need. Growing up in this community, I never was offered life-changing opportunities. So this type of work is not easy. I couldn't have done it with others. I want to take time to acknowledge a few people that basically made this possible. I have a list of different people who helped me. In the beginning, we got Ms. Harris, Elfrida, Al Broski, Rico John K. Pott. My cousin Ronald, he's been with me 25 years on the grill, giving away food. Referees volunteer their time to help me put this event on year after year to basically help our community. Long term, Wayne Myers, Gary Hammond, Sherman, Jamal Galloway, Bean Berry, Stanley Davis, to name a few. I have sponsors for over 25 years. Not grant sponsors, but door-to-door sponsors that always help me. Never say no, because they know my reason and my purpose to make a difference. Actually, some sponsors call me and say, hey, are you doing this year? I said, absolutely. They said, no problem, stop right in. We have Auto Service and Tire, Warren Insurance, Ida Denard Insurance Company, Mike Hansen, Don McIntyre. They play a big part in the jacket giveaway. They call me. We're doing this as usual. And it's been going on for 25 years to different community centers. Biggest support. Happy Supermarket helps provide burgers, bread, water, never miss a beat. Another one that calls me, said, we doing this. Absolutely. Royal Top, Gaines Electric, Moonlight Limited helps with the T-shirts, and plenty more sponsors, just to name some. I have other supporters throughout the years. We have Sherry Cope, Sean Webb, David Hinton, Jose at Gallivan, and the City of Boston provide me the permits to the park and security that I don't even know about that just shows up because they just do it, which is important. And I had a successful event for 30 years with no problems. And it's important, we feed the kids, we communicate, we give them something we can communicate with them to help change them. And that's what it takes, something to do to keep them occupied so we can express what they need to do to move forward in life. Again, my family, my kids, my cousins, nieces, nephews, sisters, brothers, my BG organization, they all help. There's important ones. We got Marco, Sean, Huey, Marlon, Jared, Trinice, Star. They all help with the tournament. Their time, their money, for nothing, because we're making a difference. All my friends, they put their time in and their money, family, for nothing, just to help. We're bringing down sodas. We're bringing down water. What else you need? I'll sit on the clock. I do the clock for you, all for free, because they know it's about the kids in the community. We run this tournament for all ages. We go from 9 years old to 50-year-old. We have a 50-year-old game. Keep everybody involved. You know what I mean? It makes a difference. Bring people together, you interact, you get to meet each other. And recently, the sponsors this year, we had some extra sponsors. Leslie Cradle from Justice for Housing, Larry at ANS Trials Attorneys, Sean Brown from BAM. There's so many that, it's hard, and I don't want to forget anybody, so you all know I'm not forgetting you. There's just so many, and it's well appreciated and needed, very much needed. And this journey is going to continue as long as I can continue it, and I'm sure my kids are going to continue because they put their time and effort in, and they're all grown for the same purpose. So we're here, my family's here. We all want to be mentors to help other people, to motivate our community, and help people grow. My biggest thing, let people grow beyond me. So thank you.
All right, y'all, don't sit down because we're going to take a quick photo. Can my colleagues make their way up here? Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for your indulgence. Thank you. trying to be like me, Frank. He's trying to be like me.
Oh, is she?
Yeah. Here, the little one, come on.
Yeah, lift her up.
Lift her up.
Can you see? Look up. Fix your braid. I don't think
That's like 50 game workout.
it works out. Yeah, it's slow, but it goes. All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, baby. Yep, I will.
Thanks for being with us. Congratulations. Seeing you guys. Mr. Clerk, can you ensure the record is reflected that Council Lara is present?
Yes.
On behalf of the City Council, I'd ask City Councilor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson to please come forward, also for a special presentation on behalf of the entire body. Councilor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson. Yeah. Yeah. It's way up top.
Eid Mubarak, everyone. I'd like to ask for Chantal Barboza to join me. Good job. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the entire City Council, we would like to present you with recognition today. I didn't write a speech because I wanted to say this from my heart and appreciate you today. So please allow me to express a little bit about what it means to be a sister, a big sister, to Chantal Barboza. This phenomenal woman that you see standing next to me is unlike no other. She is a breath of fresh air. She is brilliant. She is intelligent. She is beautiful. She is talented. She has a warm heart that she has extended to everyone on the council. Her work here has been, we extremely appreciate you. But to me, I would be remiss if I didn't say this, na Creole. Chantal, a boa é uma menina, sinceramente, extraordinária. Alguém que sabe dar seu coração, que sabe dar seu amor, seu trabalho, sua inteligência. Alguém que nem se tudo alguém ainda que apreciou, ou que hoje tudo o talento, ou o tesouro, não sei para flow, mas mim está completamente 100% na dívida com o para tudo aquilo que eu faço ali na Council e para tudo cabo-verdianos na cidade de Boston. Eu continuo o trabalho com profissionalmente, com talento, mas só também com humildade. Estou orgulhosa de apresentar hoje com aquele certificado ali, mas também panflou, mas mim para sempre e o povo cabo-verdiano que estou hoje na televisão, na casa, para deixar eu saber para tudo cabo-verdiano que estou hoje, mas que ele é uma mulher extraordinária e para sempre minha irmãzinha, Chantal. So on behalf of the City Council, the Boston City Council, in recognition of your extraordinary brilliance, contributions, and hard work during your role as the Mayor's Office Intergovernmental Relations Liaison to the City of Boston, to the City Council, attained with diplomacy, outstanding expertise, and the ability to achieve positive outcomes. Your work has driven meaningful change and will leave an inevitable mark on the City Council. We appreciate all that you have done over the course of your tenure and wish you great success and fulfillment as you embark on your future endeavors. Thank you, Chantal. Will you allow us to?
I did not prepare a speech. I had other matters today that was waiting to happen, but I want to thank Council President, of course, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, and the entire body for this moment, this recognition. I'm always trying to hide in the chamber, and you all never let me hide. But I really appreciate this work. I started right in 2020, February, under the administration of Mayor Walsh in Neighborhood Services as the Cape Verdean and Mid-Dorchester Neighborhood Liaison right when COVID hit, and then had the opportunity to come to Intergovernmental Relations under Mayor Janey, and being able to work with Mayor Wu has also been fantastic, just learning how government relations works, how the budget works, what each department does. I feel like I really learned what the city of Boston has to offer for folks that look like me, and I'm really hoping that in my new journey I'll be able to speak more about City Council, speak more about what the city has to offer, and hopefully be a connector in sharing all the great work that you all are doing here. So I don't want to miss any names, but I also want to thank central staff. You all have always been so resourceful to me in navigating multiple transitions and administrations, and of course all the councilor office for their staff as well. You all are amazing. Yeah, I'm gonna try to stop there so I don't get emotional, but thank you so much. Again, I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Moshuli. Claire's crying over there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, for bringing Chantal Barboza forward, and thank you, Chantal, incredible colleague, and you're a real credit to your family and to the city of Boston. We're on to the approval of the minutes. Seeing and hearing no discussion on the matter at this time, the chair moves to approve the minutes from the last meeting as presented. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Thank you. The minutes of the last meeting stand as approved. We are taking two things out of order at this time, two dockets out of order. Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket 1145, please? Yeah. Mr. Clerk, why don't you read docket 1145 and 1146, please?
Docket number 1145, Councilor Louisiana and Fernandez-Anderson offered the following: resolution recognizing July 1st, 2023 as Somali Independence Day. And docket number 1146, Councilors Louisiana and Braden offered the following: resolution recognizing the month of June 2023 as Immigration Heritage Month.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Louisiana. Councilor Louisiana? You have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. I want to say Happy Independence Day to the Somali community. The Independence Day for Somalia is a national holiday observed annually in Somalia and the diaspora worldwide on the 1st of July. So I wanted to recognize it today. Boston has a very rich and vibrant Somali community that we see everywhere in government, healthcare, small business owners, community leaders, one of whom helped me with jumping my car yesterday. During my time in office, I've had the incredible opportunity to meet with and work with organizations that are doing the work to really, not only just for the Somali community, but also for Black immigrants in general, from supporting businesses in Roxbury who face displacement, to partnering with Acedone to support Somali youth. We have interns in our office from Acedone who are just doing incredible work. The Somali community has done so much to support and uplift our community here in Boston, and I'm proud to be celebrating them on their Independence Day. This is the Somali flag. Today, last year we had a big Somali community with us here in Chambers. Today, because it's also Eid al-Adha, it was a difficult day to get Somali community here, but I want to express my support and joy for the Somali community in celebrating their Independence Day. Shout out to my staff, Hodan, who is always educating me on the needs and centering the needs of the Somali community. And I'm just so excited that we have such a strong immigrant communities here, including the Somali community, and celebrate their independence alongside them. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Louisiana. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Councilor Lujan, for adding me as a co-sponsor to this resolution. For this auspicious occasion for Somali Independence Day, I ask my colleagues to join hands in celebrating the unwavering spirit and resiliency of the Somali people. It is a moment to honor the sacrifices made by their forefathers and on the ongoing struggles faced by our communities. As a co-sponsor of this resolution, I'd like to ask us to stand together to recognize the importance of promoting peace, stability, and prosperity for Somali. Let us foster a compassionate approach, working towards sustainable development and inclusive governance that uplifts the lives of Somalis here and everywhere. Happy Somali Day. Assalamu alaikum, and to my sister, Hodan, I love you unconditionally and wish you happy Eid al-Adha and happy Somali Independence Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone like to add their name? Please raise your hand. Mr. Clerk, please add Councilor Royal, Councilor Baker, Councilor Braden, Councilor Coletta, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Lara, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Royal. Please add the chair. On this docket, 1105, Councilor 1945 seeks acceptance of the rules and adoptions of this docket. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket has been adopted. We're on to docket 1146. The chair recognizes Councilor Louis-Jean. Councilor Louis-Jean, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. This is a resolution recognizing the month of June as Immigrant Heritage Month. Again, continuing the theme that we are a stronger city because of all of the immigrant communities that make us who we are. The celebration of Immigrant Heritage Month in Boston began in 2014 as a way to encourage individuals across the country to explore their own heritage and to celebrate the richness of our diversity, to combat xenophobia. And the United States is a country of diversity that has long welcomed immigrants from across the globe, both immigrants who are fleeing from persecution, but also as a way to address tradition would have been labor shortages. This resolution celebrates and acknowledges the profound impact of immigrants on a nation, and more specifically Boston. I also want to extend a shout out and thanks to Julio Perez for being with us here. Julio, if you can stand so everyone can see you. Julio Perez is our neighbor in East Boston, yes, who does incredible work with the Massachusetts TPS committee, fighting for temporary protected status, not only for his people from El Salvador, but for all of those who are fleeing persecution or in need of humanitarian relief. El Salvadorians, Guatemalans, Hondurans, Nepalis, Haitians, really doing the work to make sure that our migrant communities, our immigrant communities here have the protection that they need. So I want to thank you, Julio, for all of the work that you do on behalf of the TPS committee. You are all of our neighbors, literally, because of, figuratively, because you live in East Boston and we are all here in the city of Boston. But I know that you are the literal neighbor of Councilor Gabriela Coletta, who I know is very appreciative of your work. We had the opportunity of marching together 4 years ago in DC on behalf of urging the administration to extend TPS protections for all of our migrant communities in need of safe harbor. So just want to make sure that we continue to uplift all of our communities that bring fresh perspectives, skills, and knowledge that really propel our city forward. I enjoy working alongside the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Advancement as the chair of Civil Rights and Immigrant Advancement, and want to continue, make sure that we as a body continue to do the work of meeting the needs of our immigrants, whether they arrived yesterday or they've been here for decades. So happy Immigrant Heritage Month to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Louis-Jean. Would anyone like to speak in this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. I'd like to thank my colleague, Councillor Louis-Jean, for including me as a co-sponsor. As an immigrant myself, I really came to Boston and was struck by the incredible richness and diversity of our city and the very strong immigrant heritage. For centuries, immigrants have come to these shores and settled in Boston and become part of the fabric of our communities. And those folks are still coming here for a better life. I think it's really important that we recognise the importance of the temporary protected status as a tool to try and secure safety and well-being for immigrants who come here to escape really incredibly difficult circumstances in their home countries. I was sworn in as a citizen in July of 2008, and I stood and took the oath of allegiance and did the whole citizenship naturalization process with folks from 120 countries, everywhere from Albania to Zimbabwe. And it was a very, very emotional moment for me personally. And I just really feel honoured to stand with my colleagues in recognising Immigrant Heritage Month. All of our neighbourhoods are diverse neighbourhoods. We have a long history. Folks come from all over. They settle in Boston, they make community, they celebrate their heritage and their diversity, and yet we all come together as one people in Boston for a better Boston and a better Massachusetts and a better United States. So I really want to celebrate all the contributions of our immigrant communities over many centuries, and also the incredible work that's been done in this moment with increased xenophobia and suspicion and mistrust of immigrants. So I really thank you, Councillor Louis-Jean. Happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. The chair recognizes Councilor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. Thank you, Councilor Louis-Jean and co-sponsor Councilor Braden for filing this. As the first African-born, Cape Verdean, and first Muslim immigrant to be elected to City Council in Boston, living my life from the age of 10 to coming from West Africa, from extreme poverty to living in the projects in Academy homes, and then on to living for 17 years undocumented and not having a way. No DACA, no policy, no laws could have given me a green card. And having to survive that, and then to become a citizen in 2019. And for the knuckleheads on Twitter who talk about, why didn't you become a citizen sooner? Yeah, there's a big complications there and barriers that prevent people, immigrants such as myself, from becoming citizens. And so I end up becoming a citizen 2019 and voting for the first time 2020, and then getting elected in 2021, and now you guys are stuck with me, or maybe not. And so it's an honor to be here, and I just wanted to say, the idea of when you come from something different, or you wasn't born in America with these privileges, of having, being a citizen automatically, or the supports that comes with this country, you really learn to appreciate the Constitution and the privileges that this country offers. I absolutely think that this is still the best country on earth, and absolutely love its values and appreciate being here and to be able to continue to honor my fellow immigrant brothers and sisters, to be here and to represent them. So thank you for filing, and yes, happy Immigrant Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. The chair recognizes Councilor Clutter. Councilor Clutter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. I want to thank my colleagues for bringing this forth, celebrating the contributions of all of our immigrant brothers and sisters. East Boston, I've said it a lot, but East Boston's diversity is our strength, and East was often referred to as Boston's Ellis Islands. Our neighborhood was the starting line for many in search of the American dream through the immigrant station that was on the shores of Jeffreys Point. And so we welcomed thousands from Western and Eastern Europe. In recent decades, we've welcomed so many people from Central and Latin America in search of access to opportunities and a place for future generations to flourish. Our local history has created a beautiful tapestry of people, cultures, and customs woven into the fabric of EC that has only made our community better over time. And I just want to recognize the individual contributions of so many people over generations, including Julio's. I'm so happy that you're here, neighbor, and thank you for your work through the TPS committee. It truly is remarkable what you've been able to accomplish. So I am here just to wholeheartedly support this resolution, to celebrate all the contributions of our immigrant brothers and sisters, and thank you again for putting this forth. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to my colleagues for filing this resolution. I just want to rise and support. As an immigrant myself, I came to this country at the height of a very racially charged time. And what I was confronted with was the notion that I needed to go back to where I came from. And even still to this day, I walk into certain spaces and places and I still feel that energy. But what I love about that energy, though, is that even as immigrants, we recognize that we belong in all spaces, whether we're invited or not. So that really always gives me the wind beneath my wings, if you will, to say that immigrants, not only do we belong, but we have the right to occupy every space that we are in. And, you know, I became a U.S. citizen. The first time I took the test, I failed it because I thought all I needed to do was know how to speak English. And if no one's taken that test, even some Americans don't even know the answers to some of those questions, okay? So I just want to be on the record for that. So I took the test the second time and I became a U.S. citizen. But what I found to be so incredibly beautiful is that when I was sworn in 2020, my mom and I both had become U.S. citizens through the naturalization process. And my mom was able to, we were back in Faneuil Hall, and you know, now I'm being sworn in as a city councilor. So it was like, for me, a restorative justice moment because my mom came to this country with a suitcase full of dreams, and here we are. To Councilor Anderson's story, you know, we come here and hope for a better future and realize that sometimes we leave our homes, and the places that we're leaving behind are often even better. And we come here and we are humiliated and treated with disregard. So celebrating this month, it's great, but recognizing that there's still so much work to do here in the city of Boston. 29% of residents who live in the city of Boston are foreign born. So there's a lot to be said in terms of how we affirm them and how we celebrate them and how we make commitments to recognize that immigrants are here and we're here to stay. And like I say, we don't die, we multiply. So thank you for filing this resolution and add my name.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. The chair recognizes Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn, and I'll be very brief because I don't want to repeat any of the comments that my colleagues have already shared, as I agree with them and I want to lift them up. I would just be remiss if I didn't stand up to lift up my own family, my parents, who are both undocumented, and some of my siblings who are also undocumented. It is a very interesting experience growing up in this country when you come from a mixed status family. And it certainly impacts who I am today. And when we talk about celebrating immigrants and all that they've given to our city. I think about myself and my family and all that they've been able to do in spite of their status. So I want to thank Councilor Lujan and Councilor Braden for putting this resolution on the floor, and want to stand in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lara. Anyone else like to speak or sign on to it? Please raise your hand. Mr. Clerk, please add Councilor Royal, Councilor Baker, Councilor Clutter, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Lara, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Worrell, Councilor Lujan. Did you have your hand up?
And ask for suspend and pass, so I'm
Okay.
asking for suspend and pass. Thank you.
Okay. And please add the chair as well. I did want to highlight the city workers that do an exceptional job representing and supporting immigrants across the city, including Office of Language and Communication Access, Office of Immigrant Advancement, established under Mayor Flynn. I also want to acknowledge my staff. Most of them are immigrants that do an exceptional job, and my colleagues that have many immigrants working in their office as well. This morning, we were at the Irish Famine Memorial, rededicating that, and we also want to recognize the Irish community, but also recognize their immigrant struggles, but their support as well for new immigrants that play a critical role in our city, in our country. And myself and Councilor Flaherty know the growing Somalian community in South Boston are also an incredible and important part of our neighborhood in South Boston. So I just wanted to sign on to this and thank the sponsors. Councilor Louis-Jean and Braden seek suspension of the rules and passage of this docket. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. This docket has been adopted. We are on to communications from Her Honor the Mayor. Mr. Clerk, could you read dockets 1133 and 1134, please?
Docket number 1133, message in order for your approval in order to reduce fiscal year 23 appropriation for the reserve for collective bargaining by $1,705,142 to provide funding for the Boston Public Schools for the fiscal year 23 increases contained within the collective bargaining agreement between the Boston Public Schools and the Boston Association of School Administration and Supervisors, BASAS. Docket number 1134, message in order for your approval, a supplemental order for the Boston Public Schools Department for fiscal year 23 in the amount of $1,705,142 to cover the fiscal year 23 costs contained within the collective bargaining agreement between the Boston Public Schools and the Boston Association of Schools and Supervisors, BASAS. The terms of the contracts are September 1st, 2020 through August 31st, 2022, and September 1st, 2022 to August 31st, 2024. The major provisions of the contracts include base wage increases of 2%, 2.5%, 2.5%, and 2.5% to be given in September of each fiscal year of the contract term, as well as other cost items, including inclusion, reform, implementation. Filed in the Office of the City Clerk on June 26, 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. These two dockets, 1133, 1134, they'll be referred to the Committee on City Services, Innovation, Technology. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1135.
Docket number 1135, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $15,000 in the form of a grant, a charitable donation awarded from the Frank and Elizabeth Simone Foundation Incorporated to be administered by the Police Department. The grant will fund support for the work of the Homicide Unit.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flaherty, the chair of the Committee on Public Safety, Criminal Justice. Councilor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just move for suspension and passage. Relatively small dollar amount, but very important that we get this over to the police department as quickly as possible, particularly for the great work that the homicide unit does. So moving at this time for suspension and passage.
Thank you, Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flaherty seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket 1135. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket has passed. Reports of public officers and others. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1136 to 1139 together.
Docket number 1136, communication was received from the mayor providing a list of the fiscal 2023 reallocations prior to April 15, 2023. Docket number 1137, notice was received from Councilor Louisiana for absence from the June 23, 2023 special city council meeting. Docket number 1138, notice was received from the city clerk in accordance with Chapter 6 of the ordinances of 1979 relative to action taken by the mayor on papers acted upon by the city council at its meeting of June 14, 2023. And docket number 1139, communication was received from Michael Nichols, President, Downtown Boston Business Improvement District, of their renewal for another 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. These dockets, 1136 through 1139, they'll be placed on file. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1140.
Docket number 1140, the constable bonds of Holson, Borgella, Leonard Brown, Mika Brown, Christopher Castagna, Andrew Cherry, Melvin Johnson, Cynthia Martinez, Evangeline Maxwell Davis, Sharia McLaughlin, and Julia Scott have been duly approved by the collector treasurer were received.
Thank you. Docket 1140. Mr. Clerk, we'll take a vote on that. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, this docket will be approved under the usual terms and conditions. We're on to reports of committee. Docket 0822, Mr. Clerk.
Docket number 0822, the Committee on Environmental Justice, Resiliency, and Parks, to which was referred on April 12, 2023. Docket number 0822. Message in order for the confirmation of the appointment of Matt O'Malley as a member of the Building Emissions Reduction and Disclosure Review Board, also known as BERDO, for a term expiring April 24, 2026. Submits a report recommending that the report ought to pass.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The chair recognizes Councilor Laura, the chair of the Committee on Environmental Justice, Parks, and Resiliency. Councilor Laura, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. And first, I want to take off a moment to thank Central staff and also thank all of my council colleagues for being incredibly gracious as we found a time to bring Mr. O'Malley to meet with the Environmental Justice, Resiliency, and Parks Committee. He wasn't able to make it to our first hearing, and due to budget and redistricting, we were having a difficult time rescheduling. So I'm happy that we were able to squeeze this in on a Friday. The committee held a hearing on Friday, June 16th, 2023, and I was joined by Councilor Michael Flaherty, Council President Ed Flynn, District 2 City Councilor Liz Braden, District 9, President Flynn, District 2, and Councilor Liz Braden from District 9, and Councilor Gabriela Caletta from District 1. During this hearing, the appointee from former City Councilor Matt O'Malley had the opportunity to give a brief presentation about himself, his qualifications, and his goals for serving on the BERDO Review Board. Mr. O'Malley discussed his 11 years of experience as the District 6 City Councilor and the chair of the Committee on the Environment, and his more recent experience in the private sector with Vicinity Energy. Mr. O'Malley reviewed his experience on the council, working with multiple administrations on both BERDO and BERDO 2.0, and in his current position at Vicinity Energy, North America's largest district energy system, leading in best-in-class technology. Mr. O'Malley oversees decarbonization efforts in his new position and acknowledged the importance of working with the community and engaging all stakeholders to ensure that, in his words, we have an equitable, just, quick, and effective transition as Boston works to reduce building emissions. Mr. O'Malley is looking forward to implementing innovative, strong solutions and using all of his expertise and perspective from the public and both the private sector, and expressed excitement about the opportunity to serve on this board. One of the concerns that we brought up during the hearing were about a possible conflict of interest, and Councilor O'Malley confirmed that he would recuse himself from any projects associated with his current employer, Vicinity Energy. So as the chair of the Committee on Environmental Justice, Resiliency, and Parks, to which docket 0822 was referred, I submit this report recommending that the appointee, Mr. Matt O'Malley, be confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Laura. Councilor Laura, the chair of the Committee on Environmental Justice, Parks, Resiliency, seeks acceptance of the committee report, passage of docket 0822. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The appointment has been confirmed. We're on to motions, orders, and resolutions. Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket 1141, please?
Docket number 1141, Councilor Murphy and Flaherty offer the following: order for a hearing to discuss public safety and quality of life issues for our residents in public housing.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. I filed this order, a hearing to discuss public safety and quality of life issues in BHA housing. As we know, the BHA is the agency statutorily responsible under Massachusetts law for providing families unable to afford housing without public subsidies. And to carry out these responsibilities, the BHA develops and manages housing projects and leases houses when necessary. The BHA provides public housing and other affordable housing options to thousands of our Boston residents. The BHA administration and operations department are responsible for day-to-day management and maintenance of all of the BHA housing developments, including living unit inspections, annual HUD inspections, resident relations, and lease information. I believe that having a clear understanding of the frequency and impact of these inspections to housing developments and individual units will be helpful to advocate on behalf of the residents. The BHA's Department of Police and Public Safety is responsible to preserve public peace and order and to protect life and property in these BHA properties. The overall quality of life of our public housing residents in advocating for their safety and helping lift up their voices is of the utmost importance to me, and I hope my colleagues also. My office, like many of you, we receive many calls, and when we're out in the community and speaking to residents in BHA housing, they often talk to us about concerns they have just around basic maintenance in their units or safety in the development. So I'm hoping that this hearing will help uplift their voices and answer questions we may have so we can properly advocate on behalf of the BHA residents. So thank you, Council President Flynn.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. The chair recognizes Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank the lead sponsor for including me. Had an opportunity to tour some of our developments recently, obviously with BHA in hand at the request of residents who are concerned with conditions that they feel have deteriorated in their development, and also that they've raised these issues with the BHA and they have not been addressed. So it was, I think, an eye-opener for a lot of folks, particularly on the tour, including our partners at BHA, that they can and must be doing a better job to improve the quality of life down in the developments, not just at the development we toured, but all developments. Public housing residents deserve that. They deserve to be able to live in a safe environment, and when they see something and they decide to say something, that action must be taken. And we heard of several instances of a lot of drug activity, a significant number of overdoses that residents were concerned about, that they also felt weren't being addressed. And one particular development was obviously in the crosshairs with Mass and Cass, and seeing a lot of the contents from the packets that Public Health Commission gives out strewn throughout the development. And I have photos willing to share with colleagues, show that they're in close proximity to tricycles and doll houses and turtle pools. So need to do a better job of maintaining those areas, cleaning up those areas. There was also a few areas where there were encampments, again, in close proximity to children. So eye-opener, as I mentioned. BHA took it and recognized that they need to do a better job and immediately begin a cleanup, and they're going to refocus on family developments across the city with an eye towards making sure that that situation is not replicating itself in other developments across the city. So I look forward to an expedited hearing. We've already heard from BHA. We're going to continue to hear from BHA, but I encourage all my colleagues, particularly those that have BHA developments in their neighborhood, to sign on and to take an assessment of the developments that are in your area, talk to the tenants. We heard from tenants directly that they feel that they raise these issues. They call BHA regularly, and that feels that it falls on deaf ears. They deserve better as residents of public housing, but they're also our neighbors, and we want to make sure that they're getting their quality of life issues addressed as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Flaherty. Would anyone like to speak on this matter? Would anyone like? The chair recognizes Councilor Laura. Councilor Laura, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. And thank you to the makers for bringing this hearing order to the body. I want to say a couple of things in particular, as Boston Housing Authority has been in the news and really central to a lot of conversation right now, and I would be remiss as the housing chair and somebody who has been really focused on ensuring that people, no matter their income, have dignified homes and living situations. And so I know that the incident has brought a lot of fanfare and a lot of news attention, both good and bad. And so I want to start off by thanking the first responders who responded to the incident at the Mary Ellen McCormick. I think that there has been a lot of conversation about what happened, about what the facts are. And from where I'm standing, what I am seeing is that all first responders, both the Boston Fire Department, EMS, the Boston Police Department, DCF, and BHA, did the best that they could with the information that was available to them at the moment, and made decisions that they thought would not protect the safety and well-being of that family and that community. And I think that a lot of the discourse and the conversation that is surrounding this incident is really missing the fact that there was a loss of life, and that there were children removed from their home, and that those are both tragedies that are going to negatively impact that community and that family. And so I want to keep us focused on the impact of that incident. Now, I'm really excited for the ongoing interest in the quality of life for public housing. For the last year, my office has been visiting all of the public housing BHA developments and having meetings with the residents there. Because as somebody who grew up in low-income housing, I am very well aware that typically we don't pay attention to the people that live in public housing. I think while we're campaigning for other reasons that are, just our ability to go into public housing is lessened, but I think as elected officials, we don't often go and pay attention to the people that are in public housing. And so for the last year, I've been working in collaboration with BHA to have coffee hours, and all of the BHA developments. BHA has been present at this coffee hour, and they've been able to hear some of the same complaints that have been shared by my colleague that have to do with the quality of the apartments, with the upkeep. They have to do with the ability for BHA to really, one, respond to work orders on time, but also ensure that they have enough staffing to meet the need in those buildings. And the Mary Ellen McCormick is by far one of the ones that needs the most care from the city and from BHA. I have met with the leadership from BHA, including the outgoing administrator, Kate Bennett, to talk about what we found and to devise a plan about how we move forward to make sure that there are dignified places and their apartments in specifically BHA. And my hope is to continue to visit all the public housing developments and really bring in the district councilors into having conversations and being present at the coffee hours that are being held in their district. I think that we have to be careful in how we speak about our constituents and about these kinds of incidents, especially those who come from marginalized communities. And I believe that there is a lot of work that we have to do to make sure that all of our residents have the kind of living situations that they deserve from the city of Boston. And so I'm really excited again for the ongoing interest in quality of life, specifically in public housing. And I look forward to include my colleagues in this ongoing conversation that as the housing chair, I've been working to move forward for the last year. Thank you, President Flynn.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter or sign on? The chair recognizes Council Braden. Council Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. I also want to add my voice to amplify the issue about BHA housing. It is an essential part of our housing infrastructure in the city of Boston, and it provides housing for so many vulnerable individuals in our neighbourhoods. I also am trying to engage with our residents in our BHA housing chair, Lara, and we hear about security issues of folks coming in when the door opens, coming in after a resident and sort of coming into the space when they're not supposed to be there, sort of trespassing. We have ongoing issues with outstanding maintenance and repair orders the fact is that we have had a situation where the federal government has not invested in public housing for decades, and Boston prides itself on the level of public housing that we have, but it does also require that we ensure that we keep living conditions and do timely repairs so that this housing, very essential housing infrastructure is maintained. So I look forward to continuing the conversation and also advocate for the folks who live in our public housing at Faneuil Gardens and Commonwealth Housing and at the Patricia White apartments in Alston Brighton. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councillor Louis-Jean.
Thank you, President Flynn. I just wanted to rise and just remember the life that was lost at the Mary Ellen McCormick. That was devastating. And I just want us to always, you know, we're all elected officials, but I just want us to always be careful of the sensationalism that can sometimes take hold when when we hear news stories and we don't have the full picture. You know, I care deeply about making sure that we have all the facts. And it never helps anyone when we sensationalize an issue, especially when there's a tragic loss and children involved. So I want to give my love to the family. And I want to also say that I think, you know, we are incredibly lucky. It was a loss for this body, but really a gain for Boston Housing Authority to have Councilor Bach, soon to be Administrator Bach, at the Boston Housing Authority as a deep, deep understanding and commitment to public housing. As an attorney who's represented folks facing eviction, including residents of Boston Housing Authority, we are too often neglecting those who are most in need. So I think the more attention that we can give to residents who are living in public housing, and I believe someone mentioned the deep, deep disinvestment of the federal government when it comes to public housing. Another reason why I'm excited about Councilor Bach's leadership, because it's something that she led on a lot when she was here, that we can do, we can provide our residents with the support they need without sensationalism and without, you know, while centering what matters most to our residents. I want to also uplift the memory of Tabitha and Elijah, two members of the trans community who recently passed away, who, but, you know, possibly with the love and support that we should be giving residents, that we should be giving all members of every community, would be and could be here with us. So I just hope that we can show up for everyone with love and dignity that is due them, and that we affirm that in the work that we do. We affirm that when we're talking to media outlets, and that we remember that our call here is to serve everyone, and to be inclusive in our language and when we talk about our brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Louis-Jean. Could I ask everyone to please silence your cell phone? Has everyone silenced their cell phone now? Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. I just wanted to rise and thank you, Councilor Lara, for inviting us to work with you as the chair of housing. I've been working with Ms. Kate Bennett as well for the last year and a half, as well as Children's Services of Roxbury and Arts and Culture to create a sort of workshops or interventions or sort of paint night or different types of family interventive types of activities to destigmatize mental health in public health, in public housing settings. So, Councilor Lara, looking forward to collaborate with you to continue a partnership with BHA as well.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta. Councilor Coletta, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Council President Flynn. I would be remiss if I did not say something. Obviously, it's been said it was a tragic incident that happened at Mary Ellen McCormick, and my heart does go out to those who were affected and their loved ones. While no one really has the full set of facts right now, I have been on the phone with folks from the fire department and trying to just basically understand what happened. BHA, it is currently under investigation, which I think is the bottom line here. It's currently under investigation. So I will speak on the rhetoric of what I and many others saw in the media, what my staff saw. Transgender individuals are parents, they are children. They are our siblings, they are our neighbors and friends, they are our staff. They deserve dignity and respect. And so when comments are made to insinuate deviance or predatory behavior, especially in the terms of gender expression, they know better than anyone this is done to harm their existence in our society. So when hateful words are spoken, hate crimes go up. We know that trans individuals die. They saw this take a dark turn, twisted and glorified to incite the lowest recesses of public fear. They see that and wonder if folks really care about their public safety. And so, I think it is incumbent upon all of us, as many others had mentioned, as elected officials and public officials, to give them the dignity that they deserve, the privacy, to understand the impacts of our words and our actions, to not try to appeal to the lowest common denominator. So again, I don't know everything. That's why I'm limiting my comments to the aftermath and just encourage my colleagues to work with the LGBTQ community to better understand their needs, how to work with them when something like this happens in a family. And I do want to commend the first responders for doing their job and doing an incredible job, showing up for families and showing up for the community the way in which they did. We clearly just have more work to do in this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cueto. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia, then I'll go to Councilor Murphy. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I was struggling whether or not I was even going to say something, but I just wanted to rise and affirm my sincere condolences to the family. I think that we, as we're seeing what's happening across the country, there's a lot of tension, and it seems like there's so many communities that are under attack. And we just have to be really super mindful of how we're showing up for people, as not only as just elected officials, but just as people, just as people, period, especially here in the city of Boston. Our eyes always tend to be on us, given our rich history with racism and hate. I think that we have an opportunity to show another way of being and show another way of being more compassionate. And I think I'm going to start learning how to show up and lead by example. And I think that if anyone has noticed, my award-winning personality here on this council has been a little bit more kind of like embracive and inclusive. And I have not been so targeted with my spiels here because I want to give people the benefit of the doubt. And I think that it's important for us to do that. And I think that what I have seen in my short 3.5 years here in public service is that, you know, we tend to politicize things that are personal. And I think that we have to be really super mindful of how we're showing up in this world and what we're communicating to people who are watching us. Because not everything has to be political. And I really do appreciate Councilor Lada's work behind the scenes, because oftentimes you don't write a press release for the coffee hours that you have or the work that you're doing, but you know that you are doing the work. Right? And I think that that is also part of the work, is that when you're in service, you are of service. And Councilor Anderson would love to invite you to join our office. For the last 4 years, we have been doing art healing tours across the city. Last year, we expanded it to Charlestown, East Boston, did some stuff with the Mildred Haley and JP, so it's really centering community. Yes, we did. We actually are moving into D7 right now with the Do It on July the 15th. So we are making our way through the city of Boston, working in partnership with folks. So looking forward to continuing that work, because when we're thinking about community and we're thinking about healing, we have to create spaces to not just come into the chamber and hold hearings, but also do the work. I think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done, a lot of policies that need to be made, and then I also know that this is budget season, or lack thereof. There wasn't really much of a season. This is budget time, and if we're really serious about doing this work, then our budget needs to reflect the type of programming and activities and investments that we need to make in public housing as well. So we need to recognize that our job is not just about hearing orders and statements, but it's really about policy changes and commitments to the people. And that's what I'd like to see more from my colleagues.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Sure. Thank you, Council President Flynn. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention earlier that I'd like to suspend the rules and add you as an original co-sponsor. Thank you.
Hearing no objection, the chair is added. Anyone else like to speak on this matter? I would also like to speak briefly and acknowledge the first responders that responded on site, especially the Boston Fire Department. The men and women, in my opinion, that responded on site responded heroically, compassionately, and with integrity. I also want to acknowledge that this development is struggling. And it's the oldest public housing development in New England. In its close proximity to Mass and Cass. We have a lot of drug activity taking place in this development. We have a lot of gun violence and gun sales and quality of life issues. It's one of the most diverse public housing developments in the city, if not the most diverse. And I'm proud to soon to represent it, but I've always been going there the last 6 years. I was there 2 weeks ago at a cookout sponsored by the South Boston Neighborhood House. But I think residents of public housing are not heard. They're not listened to. They're not treated with respect. We don't spend the time with them as a body, as a city. And when we neglect them, it shows where our priorities are. But I think collectively, as a body and as a city, we need to do a better job of supporting residents living in public housing, especially with public safety support. Many are seniors, persons with disabilities. They might not have access to money or influence or political support, but they're our neighbors and we can't turn our back on them. I'm proud to represent the most residents living in public housing in the city, and I'm going to do everything I possibly can to continue supporting them, but I also want to make sure that residents currently living there are treated fairly and treated with respect, because in my opinion, they need more of that. I also want to acknowledge Councilor Flaherty, his work on public housing throughout the city, but also Congressman Stephen Lynch, who's done an exceptional job of bringing federal money into the city of Boston for public housing throughout Boston. This docket, we all spoke on it. We all had a chance to speak our minds. I was going to mention at the beginning, but I know it's a controversial issue, but I do hope all our colleagues will be at the hearing when the hearing is called. Some of these hearings we have 2 or 3 city councils that are present, and the rest are not there. So we have the cameras here and we have the media here, but I want to make sure that when we do have the hearing, that all of our councilors are here and engaged. Would anyone like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilor Arroyo, Councilor Baker, Councilor Braden, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, Councilor Lara. This docket 1141, will be assigned to the Committee on Public Safety, Criminal Justice, as the intended focus is on public safety. The chair recognizes Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. I think pursuant to Rule 4 of the Boston City Council rules, I would like to doubt the ruling of the chair.
Thank you. Your objection is noted. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1142. Councilor Arroyo, we're on to Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Arroyo. We're in a brief recess. We're back in session. The chair recognizes Councilor Arroyo on a point of order. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. I believe that Councilor Lara has put a question on the floor.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. I think I wasn't given the opportunity to act why, to speak to my council colleagues if they're going to be taking a vote and make my case for why I'm doubting the ruling of the chair and why I would like to make a motion to have it assigned to the Housing Committee.
You can make your argument. We're not taking a vote. The chair recognizes Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara, you have the floor.
We have to move the vote. What do you mean we're not moving the vote?
Councilor Lara, make your argument, but the chair is going to make a decision. We're not having a vote. We're not going to have a vote.
Pursuant to Rule 4 of the Boston City Council rules, I can doubt the ruling of the chair, and that vote needs to be taken. There needs to be a roll call vote taken here on the floor about where it gets to go.
Under Rule 4, the decision is made by the chair. We're either going to move on to the next docket, or we can continue discussing it if you'd like, Councilor Lara.
Flynn.
Councilor Lara, let the chair speak, please.
Okay.
Let the chair speak, please.
You have the floor, President Flynn. Say what you have to say.
You can speak after me.
Go ahead.
We can discuss this, but we are not taking a vote on it. Rule 4, the presiding officer may speak to points of order in preference to other members and shall decide all questions of order. That means the chair is going to make the decision what committee it's going to go to. But having said that, you are entitled to make an argument, Councilor Lara.
President Flynn, your decision as the chair to move it to a committee is considered to be a ruling. And according to our rules, I am allowed to doubt the ruling of the chair, which is what I am doing. And if by any way, shape, or form, you believe that there is a reason why we shouldn't move the vote, I don't see that in Rule 4.
Yeah, committee assignments are not questions of order. We're not having a vote on it, Councilor Lara.
I
made the decision where it's going to go to. We can continue discussing
President
it.
Flynn, a ruling a committee assignment is absolutely
Councilor
a ruling.
Lara,
And we have already set a precedent.
Councilor Lara, can you allow the chair to speak?
We have already set a precedent on this floor.
Yeah,
We have
that
taken-
was a mistake. I didn't sign on to that.
You
I
don't get to-
disagreed with the body. We went forward that way under my clear objection to it, but we're not doing that.
Okay.
You can speak, Councilor Lara, but we're not voting on it.
I made a motion, again, that I still have not, from your arguments and from the arguments that are being made here in front of my council colleagues, I'm not convinced based on the language that is used on our city council rules that we cannot take a vote. I am moving for the vote and doubting the ruling of the council, of the chair.
Thank you, Councilor Lara. We're not having a vote on it, Councilor Lara.
I would like to hear from the parliamentarian.
The chair recognizes the clerk. We'll take a brief recess.
question.
Back in session. The chair recognizes the clerk to provide some information that might be helpful to this debate. Mr. Clerk?
I'm just going to read some specifics from Rule 23 and from Rule 4. Rule 23 specifies that motions, orders, and resolutions shall be referred to committee by the president in consultation with the clerk. The powers of the city council president are also expressly written in the rules under Rule 51. Separation of powers in the mayor in the event of a mayoral vacancy. This rule lists assigning matters to committee as one of the functions of the council president. This is significant because it further shows that the powers of assigning matters to a committee is under the sole jurisdiction of the council president. Rule 4 cannot be used to change committee assignments over the action of the council president. The plain language of Rule 4 only applies to questions of order. Committee assignments are not questions of order. The City Council does not vote on committee assignments. Since committee assignments are not questions of order and the City Council does not vote on committee assignments, such assignments are not subject to Rule 4. Rule 51 also identifies the powers of the Council President and lists assigning dockets to committees as one of their functions. The Council President decides committee assignments on their own based upon the express language in the City Council rules, precedent, and the express and inherent power of the office.
The chair recognizes Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you, Clerk. In that rule that you just read, you said that the committee assignments would be determined collaboratively with the clerk. So
yes.
I am going to make my argument as the chair has given me permission to make, and I would like to hear from the clerk if he believes that in collaboration with the chair, if there is agreement or disagreement about where that should be put. I want to start off by saying that the Boston Housing Authority is under the direct purview of the Committee on Housing and Community Development. All issues that have to do with public housing, housing and community development should be assigned to this committee. The hearing order that was sent to the City Council is very clearly about housing, as it makes mention of BHA housing a total of 23 times and mentions of public safety only 4. And now there is the question of protecting the integrity of these conversations. As elected officials, we have the responsibility of handling the kind of tragedies that we saw in Mary Elena McCormick with dignity to our constituents. And instead, what we saw in the days following this incident from 3 of the members of our Boston City Council was behavior that lacked empathy and respect for the facts, and instead stoked the kind of homophobic and transphobic rhetoric that put our most vulnerable residents at risk. Our colleagues...
Excuse me. There is no talking from the audience. Whether you agree with someone or you disagree with someone, please be respectful for my colleague. If you can't, I'd ask you to leave.
Thank you, President.
Does everybody understand those rules? The chair recognizes Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. Our colleagues have actively misgendered the trans women involved, calling them, quote, men in wigs. In direct contradiction with the statements of the Boston Police Department, they've miscategorized the conditions of a constituent's home and spread stories about, quote, sex toys and drugs that are unsubstantiated to date, furthering the false right-wing narrative that our trans siblings are sexual deviants who our children need to be protected from. Although last week the City Council voted favorably in a resolution to celebrate Pride Month, what they've shown is very little respect for this community, opting instead for scandalizing a tragedy to garner press attention and political points with the extreme right in our city under the guise of public safety. We already know that we've seen an unprecedented spike in discriminatory legislation that's happening nationwide, and just recently the Human Rights Campaign has declared a state of emergency for LGBTQ people. I think that if we want to protect the integrity of this conversation and we want to actually benefit not only our residents in the Boston Public Housing Authority, but also our LGBTQ community, given one, that this hearing order again is about public housing, as it mentions BHA and housing 23 times and public safety only 4, that it needs to be assigned to the Committee on Housing and Community Development. I think that we want to make sure that we have a conversation that's balanced. We want to make sure that the people in the city of Boston are trusting that this conversation is happening in good faith And not only have I, for the past year, been working on Beyond Pride legislation and making sure that we are highlighting and supporting all of the needs of the LGBTQ community, I've also been doing the work in BHA public housing. And I'm also the vice chair of public safety. And so if my council colleagues wants to have a conversation about BHA, as they do, given the hearing order that they put on the floor, that again mentions BHA and housing 23 times and public safety only 4, then the proper committee to have this conversation should be one that can manage to protect the integrity of the conversation, given the public comments from my council colleagues, and one that's going to be someone that can encapsulate all of the conversations that we're having, which is a conversation about housing, which I am the chair of, a chairmanship that I was assigned by the president, and 2, another chairmanship that I was assigned to by the president as the vice chair of public safety, and all of the work that I've done on the Boston City Council, not only in regards to public housing, but also to issues of the LGBTQ community. If there is a decision based on the rule that's being made collaboratively with the clerk and President Flynn, then I'm making a motion for reconsideration and I'm putting it on the floor, and I would like for us to move for a vote or hear from the clerk about whether or not he agrees with the assignment that's being made.
The chair recognizes the clerk. We are not taking a vote, but the chair recognizes the clerk.
After reviewing the order with the council president at our meeting that we have before the city council meeting, as I read all the orders and motions and that are filed, I always look at how they would be reflective for a committee assignment. And when I read this one, at the end it says to invite the Department of Police and Public Safety to preserve public peace and order and property and protect life and property in the BHA properties. So the slant from my perspective was more of a public safety slant. So that's why I concurred with the council president that this would go to the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The chair recognizes Council Mejia. Council Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I think that there's a teachable moment here, and I just think that there's a lot of tension about how we move as a council, and I think that if we're going to really maintain the integrity of what our work is, I just want to rise in support of my council colleague, Councilor Lara, because there is a level of mistrust that we have here in the city of Boston, and I think that if we're going to have a real conversation about what this hearing order is supposed to be about, it should be done in the type of environment that focuses on the issue, which is Boston housing, as to Councilor Lara's point, 23 times it was mentioned. So I think that in the spirit of really making sure that we are showing up in our best selves, President Flynn, you know, I think it's important for us to honor and recognize the council colleagues here, particularly the ones of color, that we always feel that things are being done to us. And this is one of those other situations where you are taking your leadership and making us feel like we are leaderless. So I hope, and I'm speaking right now, and I'll just wait until you guys finish. That's disrespectful.
The chair recognizes Council Mejia.
Yep. This is the problem. This is the problem. And then you all want to go to the news and talk about the racial tension that exists, but when you see it all play out, you see who is really behind it all and who's really driving it and who's really being impacted by it. Because I'm a woman of color, I'm speaking, and you two are having a sidebar conversation. My council colleague right here is trying to fight to have something in her committee, which is where it belongs, and you, as the president, are refusing to listen to her. And so if we don't have real conversations here, then where are we going to have them? This dynamic needs to end, because there are a lot of people who are counting on us to move this city forward, and we can't do that work if we continue to be so divided. So this is a moment to reconcile our differences and not to pick political sides or political cliques, and do right and put this in the committee in which it belongs. And sometimes leadership is difficult. And sometimes people do what is the safest thing to do, but it's not the right thing to do. And I've seen that play out here in so many ways. So I'm calling everybody out. Yes, I am. And I'm calling it because I know people are paying attention to it. So this is a moment for us to repair the harm, President Flynn, and do right by the councilors who have been trying to just get a little bit of respect here.
Thank you, Council Mejia. The chair recognizes Council Lara. Council Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. Again, I want to say that this is an accurate interpretation of the rules. I have in front of me, this city council, this exact body has seen this happen. We took a vote to move redistricting from the redistricting committee to the civil rights committee, and we've taken votes to move and question the decision of the chair. Historically, it has also been the way that it has worked on the Boston City Council. On March 15th of 1995, the City Council proceedings, there was a Section 17F employment statistic, docket number 0485. It was referred to the Committee on the Whole. Councilor Yancey put the question on the floor, whether the decision of the chair should stand as the judgment of the council. There was a vote taken. That was assigned to the Committee of the Whole with 8 yeas and 4 nays. On June 14th of 1995, there was a resolution that the Committee of Public Health hold a hearing regarding the merger of the Boston City Hospital. It was referred to the Committee of Government Operations. There was also a question on the floor whether the City Council the decision of the chair would stand as the judgment of the council. It was also put on the floor, the decision of the chair was upheld in that judgment. In October 25 of 1995, there was an order requesting police commissioner restrict the number of handgun permits. And the question was again put on the floor. The decision of the chair stood as the judgment of the council, 7 yeas, 5 nays. And on November 29th of 1995, there was an order approving an appropriation for library, last recourse. It was docket number 1528. And the question was again put on the floor by the council on whether the decision of the chair shall stand as the judgment of the council. There was a vote, and this order was referred to the Committee on City Services with 7 yeas and 4 nays. The city council rules have always allowed the council body to question whether or not the decision of the chair shall stand as the judgment of this body. 1995 was when I was 5 years old. So historically, this body has been taking that vote. We have taken it here recently, and it has always been the case. So again, I am going to put the question on the floor. Shall the decision of the body regarding the assignment of this hearing order to the Committee of Public Statement stand as the judgment of the council? And I would like to call a vote, clerk.
The clerk is looking to speak to me. I'm going to take a brief recess while he speaks to me. We're in brief recess. On dockets 1141, after speaking to the clerk, the city council, the central staff director, the attorney, along with Councilor Lara, it is clear that the decision to decide what committee a docket should go in rests solely with the council president. However, and I'm going to stick to that, but I'm also going to allow this to be in both committees, joint committees, which would be the housing under Councilor Lara and public safety under Councilor Flaherty. Mr. Clerk, do you want to provide any other information on that? Yeah, it will be assigned jointly. You all set, Mr. Clerk?
Yes.
But again, that decision on where a committee assignment, the docket should go to, rest solely with the council president. Mr. Clerk, please read 1142.
Docket number 1142, Councilor Murphy offered the following: order for a hearing to discuss the public safety concerns surrounding a 32-year-old woman enrolled in Boston Public Schools.
The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President Flynn. It's already 2:20, which is telling that a lot's been going on, right? It's been a heavy week. And I'm a mother, I'm a teacher, I'm now a city councilor, and I will continue always to speak up for our children, even if others are silent, because our children deserve it. If they're living in single-family homes in Hyde Park, apartments in the North End, if they're in our BHA housing across the city, and especially if they're in our BPS schools, all of our children deserve it. And that is why I filed this hearing. It's in order for a hearing to discuss the grave safety concerns surrounding a 32-year-old woman who was allowed to enroll in our Boston Public Schools this past year. She enrolled in 3 different schools under different names. This woman was a student at Burke High School since October of 2022. She then enrolled at English High and Brighton High. And we know that she played on the basketball team.
Hold on, please. I'm sorry, Councilor Murphy.
Sorry.
The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy.
This woman who was posing as a child was on the soccer team, the basketball team, in 3 different high schools. There are concerns around the documentation that I know the Boston Public Schools will have to answer to. But the police report so far showed that this case was first assigned to the Human Trafficking Unit of the Boston Police and has since been moved to Crimes Against Children. The internal Boston Police report, information from Department of Children and Families, and any other information will help us piece together the many questions surrounding this incident and the incident of the report I filed earlier. This hearing calls for a full investigation by the appropriate authorities into whether any Boston Public School students have been harmed in any way, whether other adults aided the woman's fraudulent enrollment in 3 schools, and what their involvement entails, and what was the intent of this woman and the adults who posed as her foster parents. Yesterday, arrest warrants did go out with 7 counts of fraud. We will wait and see if more warrants are issued. But I am looking forward, I guess I wouldn't say forward, but know that we have to do the important work to protect our children. So I ask that the appropriate committee of the Boston City Council holds this hearing and that we call in all of the departments needed to get the answers we need to make sure our children are safe. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia? You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank my colleague for addressing these concerns and presenting this hearing order, so thank you very much. As a BPS alum and a BPS parent, I take these issues as also with a lot of care and concern. I think that as we continue to move through these conversations, I just want to pause for a quick second and name a few things. One is definitely the social and emotional and mental well-being of our students and staff and parents who still to this day have to question, am I still at risk, right? So there's that lingering. But I also want to uplift something here. As somebody who grew up with a mom that was undocumented, and because we know we have a lot of people who are coming into this country, and often, you know, are fleeing really dire situations, is that as we continue to do audits and as we continue to have these discussions in terms of enrollment, that we don't do things that are going to have unintended consequences to those who are undocumented. Because enrolling in any type of service is already an issue. So as we continue to do audits and have this hearing, I want to make sure that we as a city will continue to ensure that we're not creating further harm to those who are undocumented. Because I have seen how difficult it is to just come to this country and trying to understand the language and trying to apply or enter into any of our Boston public schools. It's like trying to crack the Da Vinci Code. So I don't know how this individual was able to do that, but I also just want to make sure that I uplift a lot of our undocumented loved ones who are now worried about their enrollment process and what that's going to look like. So I just want to name that as a concern as we have this conversation. But I really want to applaud my colleague, Councilor Murphy, for bringing this to the chamber. I did say in one of the interviews last week that this was an unfortunate situation and that we needed to do an audit. So I'm glad you took the leadership in filing the hearing so that we could do just that. Thank you.
Would anyone like to speak on this? Would anyone like to add their name? Please raise your hand. Mr. Clerk, please add Councilor Baker, Councilor Braden, Councilor Coletta, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, Councilor Lara, Councilor Louis-Jean, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Worrell. Please add the chair. This docket 1-1. Councilor Royal, Councilor Flaherty. This docket 1142 will be assigned to the Committee on Education. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1143.
Docket number 1143, Councilors Louis-Jean and Worrell offered the following. Resolution in support of in-state tuition for undocumented immigrants in Massachusetts.
The chair recognizes Councilor Louis-Jean. Councilor Louis-Jean, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I suspend the rules and add Councilor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson as a original co-sponsor?
Hearing no objection, Councilor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson is so added. The chair recognizes Councilor Louis-Jean.
Thank you, President Flynn. And we've talked a lot today about immigrants and the importance of supporting our immigrant communities. Myself, as the daughter of Haitian immigrants, I am really proud of the work that is happening right now in the state Senate. State Senate President Karen Spoka has included in the Senate package funding that would provide in-state tuition for our undocumented immigrants in Massachusetts. I firmly believe education is a fundamental right for all individuals, regardless of immigration status. Having access to education plays a crucial role in promoting societal mobility and economic growth and doing the work of equity. Undocumented immigrants are an important part of this city, and they're often fleeing hardships and seeking refuge here in Boston. Despite the challenges they face, they contribute to our society in numerous ways, including in paying taxes, enriching our communities with their talent, skills, and diverse perspectives. Recognize the importance of education in improving the quality of life for both the individuals themselves and their families and communities. We must support a pathway of affordability and accessibility to undocumented students participating in higher education. Currently, at least 20 states and the District of Columbia have laws or policies enabling students who meet certain criteria to pay in-state tuition at public colleges and universities, regardless of immigration status. A growing number of states also offer state financial aid to these students. Here in Massachusetts, we do offer financial assistance to students who are eligible DACA recipients. This would extend that, and again, I want to thank the Senate President for her leadership. Education empowers individuals to realize their full potential, equipping them with the knowledge and skills needed to succeed in today's competitive world. It benefits not only the individual themselves, but also our entire society, as an educated workforce drives innovation, economic growth, and social progress. We should be doing everything we can to bring all of our residents into every fold that we have here in the city. So I encourage my colleagues to go on record supporting the Massachusetts legislature granting in-state tuition eligibility to undocumented immigrants residing in our state. I also encourage that copies of this resolution are sent to the governor, the Senate president, and Speaker of the House as a symbol of our commitment to education, equity, and inclusivity. I also want to uplift a constituent who last week, it's been a few weeks, but last week reached out to me. We've been going back and forth about, she got into UMass Amherst and is really excited, but doesn't have access to resources to pay the tuition that she would have to pay because it doesn't have access to in-state tuition. Our undocumented students deserve an education, and they deserve an education at a rate that they can pay. We've been going back and forth with resources, and I'm not sure if we're going to be able to find a way to help her. This legislation and this bill includes protections for people like her and includes support so that she can get the education that will benefit her and will benefit our entire society. So I just encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of this so we can send our support to the Senate as they vote on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Louijeune. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn, and thank you to my co-sponsor, Councilor Louijeune. And I also want to thank my state colleagues for the leadership on this matter. In a city known for its institutions of higher education, including our public colleges and universities, it is critical that we extend affordable pathways to continued education for all residents who want it. Expanding an in-state tuition to include undocumented immigrants residing in Massachusetts is crucial for our Commonwealth economic future, growth, and competitiveness. Boston has always been a city that benefited from its rich immigrant history, with 29% of our population is foreign-born, and many more, myself included, the child of immigrants. I applaud the Healy Driscoll administration and leaders and legislators who have proposed a budget that will make all students eligible for in-state tuition and allow our immigrant communities to fully reap the benefits of our state's educational institutions, regardless of status. I urge my colleagues to join me in signing on this resolution to show our support for this initiative as we work with our colleagues at the state level towards a more inclusive and equitable Commonwealth. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. The chair recognizes Councilor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn, and thank you to the Councilor Louijeune for filing this and the original co-sponsor. I just wanted to be brief and express that I am one of those students that had to take at least over a decade to pay out of pocket just to get through school. It's not, you are literally living in a situation where you can't help or you didn't ask for. You get here when you're a child. You're not eligible somehow through your parents or others to attain proper documentation. And then when you get to, when you graduate from high school, then you're not eligible for financial aid. So I literally had to spend over 10 years to pay my way through school. So I would get a job, save money, take care of my son, and go back. And then I would do it again. And then I would stop school, and then I would go back another semester. Imagine going just one semester every year, sometimes 2 years, just to save enough money just to get through school. And so I had that experience, and so I'm really appreciative of the lead sponsor and my co-sponsor for this resolution, and hopefully we can get results from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone like to sign on to this? Please raise your hand. Mr. Clerk, please add Councilor Royal, Councilor Baker, Councilor Braden, Councilor Coletta, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Lara, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Murphy. Please add the chair. Councilors Louijeune, Worrell, Fernandez-Anderson seek suspension of the rules and adoption of this docket 1143. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket 1144?
Docket number 1144, Councilor Mejia offer the following. Resolution recognizing the 213th anniversary of the independence of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and the flag raising for Venezuela Day in the city of Boston.
The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and ask that my council colleagues vote in the affirmative to pass a resolution to officially declare July 6, 2023 as Venezuelan Day here in the city of Boston. With this resolution, as we seek to honor and acknowledge the cultural, social, and economic contributions made by the vibrant Venezuelan community to our great city. On July 5th, 1811, Venezuela declared its independence from Spain. It was a big moment in their history and when they decided to govern themselves and fight for their freedom. The Venezuelan community has brought friendship, business, sports, education.
Sorry, Council.
We're back in recess. We're back in session. I do have to acknowledge sometimes the clerk does need to speak to me. It's not rude. He's not being rude. He's not being trying to be disruptive. Sometimes he has to come up to me and ask a particular question or an issue that is ongoing. So it's nothing personal about any particular city councilor, but I hope people aren't taking it as a personal offense.
Yeah.
The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Yeah, and so before I begin, let me just address that really quick. I don't take it personal. It's just that I have a hard time focusing. So when I'm hearing, so if you are going to speak, maybe turn off your mic because that is a little bit disruptive to my flow.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask going forward. Also, can our city council colleagues please not text each other while we're in this session? If there's an emergency that you need to talk to a constituent or a family member, that's understandable. But I just hope you're not texting each other during this deliberation. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia.
Okay. The Venezuelan community has brought friendship, business, sports, education, and arts to Boston, making it a more vibrant place to live. We appreciate their culture and the positive impact they have made and the community organizations who have advocated tirelessly to be recognized. And we want to ensure that we create a welcoming environment as more of them continue to migrate into our beautiful city. This resolution renders as the Boston City Council's order the property management departments to raise the Venezuelan flag on the third flagpole on the city plaza in the place of the City of Boston flag on July 6, 2023. Raising the flag is a way to show our support and solidarity with the Venezuelan people. It is a visual symbol that represents our shared values and our desires to see them succeed. We want to stand with them as they continue to work towards freedom and prosperity. Our office invites you all to join us on July 6, 2023 at 12 p.m. on the City Hall Plaza to raise the Venezuelan flag and to celebrate Venezuelan Day. We will provide a platform for our residents to engage in festivities that showcase and explore the diverse traditions, customs, and achievements of the Venezuelan community. Through these celebrations, we aim to foster dialogue, cultural exchange, and mutual understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. I just want to stand to thank the maker for putting this resolution on the floor. I think that the Perejil massacre is something that we've heard of often in the Dominican Republic during the Trujillo regime. And my family, as a black family, had to flee to Venezuela during Trujillo. And the country of Venezuela really welcomed my grandmother and her family. My grandmother remarried, and I have 3 aunts that are Venezuelan as a result, and so Venezuela is a country that's very near and dear to my heart and very important to my family, and I'm happy to stand in support of that. Thank you, Councilor Mejia.
Thank you, Councilor Lara. Would anyone like to add their name to this? Please raise your hand. Mr. Clerk, please add Councilor Arroyo, Councilor Baker, Councilor Braden, Councilor Coletta, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Lara, Councilor Louis-Jean, Council Murphy, Council Worrell. Council Mejia. Council Mejia seeks suspension of the rules and adoption of this docket 1144. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The docket has been adopted. We're on to personnel orders. Oh, okay. The chair, at this time, the chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. I'd like to ask for a motion to move my resolution recognizing July 5th, Cape Verdean Independence Day, to the actual motions, orders, and resolutions. It was mistakenly put in the consent agenda. Thank you. Yes, this is very exciting. Oh, yes. We have to take a vote.
Yeah, is there a second on the floor? All in favor? All opposed? Mr. Clerk, at this time, could you read it into the record, and then we'll call on Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Docket number 1176, Councilor Fernandez Anderson offered the following. Resolution recognizing July 5th, Cape Verdean Independence Day as a municipal holiday in the city of Boston.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This resolution is to recognize July 5th as Cape Verdean Independence Day, or Dia de Cabo Verdeans. I'm going to read for you, just because I believe that the background is super important to us, and I hope you will join me in celebrating our flag raising and celebration and dinner. We have a host of things. We'll be sending you out flyers. Hopefully you'll join the Cape Verdean community in celebrating. On July 5th, 1975, following years of plight and withstanding the clutches of Portuguese colonialism, Cabo Verde, also known as Cape Verde, emerged as a beacon of resilience when they achieved independence, which continues to inspire the world. This momentous occasion was made possible by the brave and heroic efforts of Cape Verdean leaders such as Amilcar Cabral, Tina Sila, Francisco Pereira, during the year Cid Pereira was first president and Pedro Pires was initial prime minister. Under their leadership, the African Party of Independence of Guinea and Cabo Verde PAIGCV waged a successful armed struggle against the Portuguese. Cape Verde was of several West African nations to withstand the effects of colonization prior to reaching national liberation and independence. And PAIGC, the African Party of the Independence of Guinea and Cabo Verde, was the leading organ of the struggle. With Cabral as the leading theoretician, they centered their efforts around the countries of Guinea-Bissau and Cabo Verde. And with an orientation of Pan-Africanism, anti-colonialism, and internationalism, they recognized that their enemy was just one element of the Western imperialist project that acted to subjugate Africa and its peoples for centuries. Cabo Verde was used as the port, one of the largest supply ports during the transatlantic slave trade, the largest forced migration of people in world history. And I always joke to all the Afro diaspora in the Western Hemisphere, you are all Cape Verdeans. Their unwavering fortitude empowered them to prevail despite undergoing rapid economic decline, enslavement, natural disaster, Portuguese rule, and mass immigration in pursuit of a better life. And as a result, there are 500,000 Cape Verdeans in the United States, which our rich culture and heritage has made foundational contributions to American society. And fun fact, did you know that there was less than 500,000 Cape Verdeans in Cape Verde? Nearly 1 in 5 Cape Verdean Americans live in the state of Massachusetts,
with a population totaling about 50,000 people, including significant numbers in cities such as Brockton, New Bedford, and Boston. Boston is home to the largest deep-rooted Cape Verdean immigrant community in the Western Hemisphere, with an estimated population of about 13,605 people. And Cape Verdeans exercise an influential presence in Boston, contributing with their unique culture made up of food, music, storytelling, language, and art, which can be felt across the political landscape, community advocacy efforts, public services, and local businesses. Shout out to Senator Liz Miranda. Considering the prominence of Cape Verdeans and their culture in the city of Boston, their history and achievements should be honored in alignment with ethnic groups and have received recognition in the past. The strength of Cape Verdean community is reflected in their hard work, humility, and difference they have made over generations despite difficult circumstances such as oppression, indigenous miscategorization of identity, and lack of recognition. Just as Dia de Cap Verdeans, as known as Cape Verdean Independence Day, was officially established 46 years ago, we endeavor to pay tribute to this significant milestone by acknowledging the indomitable spirit of Cape Verdeans in the present day. Now, therefore, be it that the Boston City Council and the City of Boston annually recognize July 5th as Cape Verdean Independence Day as a municipal holiday. I would like to ask for suspension and pass, and happy Independence Day on the 5th. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Would anyone else like to speak in this matter? Would anyone like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilor Royal, Councilor Baker, Councilor Braden, Councilor Coletta, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Louis-Jean, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Worrell. Please add the chair. Councilor Fernandez Anderson seeks suspension of the rules and adoption of this docket. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. This docket has been adopted. The chair recognizes at this time Councilor Louis-Jean.
Thank you, President Flynn. I sometimes forget to ask for suspension and pass. And I believe there's some uncertainty as to whether docket number 1143 was offered as suspension and pass. So I wonder if out of an abundance of caution, we could just take another vote in for 1143, because I believe that there are some of my colleagues who don't believe that we.
Yeah, we can do that. Let's Mr. Clerk.
Did we? We did it?
We didn't do it, yeah.
Okay, all right, there was some question. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, we're on to personnel orders. Please read docket 1147.
Docket number 1147, Councilor Flynn for Councilor Mejia.
Chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this docket 1147. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 1148.
Docket number 1148, Councilor Flynn.
The chair
for
seeks
following.
suspension of the rules and passage of this docket 1148. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. We're on to late files. I'm informed by the clerk that there are two late file matters. One is a personnel order, and one's an ordinance from Councilor Mejia. Mr. Clerk, let's do the first late file matter, the personnel order.
Personnel order filed by Councilor Flynn for Councilor Coletta.
Chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this late file matter. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. This late file matter has passed. Mr. Clerk, the next late file matter is from Councilor Mejia.
Offered by City Councilor Julia Mejia, an ordinance amending City of Boston Code, Ordinance Chapter 12, Section 12-19, Immigrant Advancement for Public Health and Welfare.
Before we continue, does everybody have this late file matter on their desk? The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn, and I apologize to my colleagues for a late file. I try not to do that. But given that fact that we're entering the summer months, I just wanted to make sure that we get this filed, and also in celebration of all things immigration, just wanted to uplift this. So today I just would like to present an ordinance that holds significant importance to the city of Boston. It's an ordinance that recognizes the diversity and contributions of our immigrant population and aims to promote their well-being, safety, and access to essential services. As we all know, Boston is home to over 690,000 residents, of which 29% are foreign-born individuals. Many of them are the children of immigrants, and a considerable portion of our population speaks a language other than English at home. However, despite their significant presence, there still remains a lack of comprehensive research on immigrants and speakers of language other than English. We need a deeper understanding of challenges that they face in accessing city programs, benefits, and services, as well as the social, economic trends that affect their lives. It is also through such knowledge that we can develop effective solutions and policies that allocate resources to better address their specific needs. Additionally, we must acknowledge the concerning climate that anti-immigrant policies have created across our nation. These policies, driven by fear and misinformation, have created an environment of hostility, marginalization, and discrimination. As a consequence, many immigrants live in constant fear, uncertain about their place in our communities, and unsure of their rights and protections. Boston has always been a city that embraces and welcomes immigrants from all walks of life. Throughout our history, we have provided countless opportunities for individuals seeking a better life and a fresh start. Today, we stand firm in affirming our commitment to maintaining that welcoming spirit, especially in the light of recent increases in immigration resulting from the expiration of Title 42, which previously expedited the expulsion of immigrants seeking asylum in the U.S. While the mayor has already established an Office of Immigrant Advancement, by codifying it through the ordinance process, we send a powerful message of reassurance and support to our immigrant communities. We declare that immigrants are an integral part of our city, and we will protect their rights, ensure their safety, and promote their well-being. So I look forward to expediting this as quickly as possible and codifying it and establishing this into law. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone like to sign on? Please raise your hand. Mr. Clerk, please add Councilor Arroyo, Councilor Braden, Councilor Coletta, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, Councilor Lara, Councilor Louis-Jean, Councilor Rel. Please add the chair. This late file matter will be assigned to the Committee on Government Operations. We're on to green sheets. Anyone wishing to remove a matter from the green sheets may do so at this time. I'm going to start with Councilor Braden first. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to call 6 dockets out of the Committee on Strong Women, Families and Communities from the green sheets to be before us today. They are dockets 0122, 0575, 0814, 0815, 0893, 1014.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. Mr. Clerk, on these dockets, can you poll the committee to ensure they're properly before the body and also read it as well?
Committee on Strong Women, Families and Communities. Councilor Braden.
Here.
Yes. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Lara. And Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Docket number 0122. Message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $150,000 in the form of a grant for the Age Strong Universal Fund awarded by the donor group to be administered by the Age Strong Commission. The grant will fund senior center programs and services for older adults in Boston through small contributions from various donors in the amount not to exceed $150,000.
Thank you. The
No,
chair
no,
you're going to read all of them? Okay.
Docket number 0575, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $340,000 in the form of a grant for the Strengthening Child Care Programs awarded by the Boston Planning and Development Agency to be administered by the Office of Early Childhood. The grant will fund subgrants to strengthen child care programs based on the needs of providers. Docket number 0814, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $430,419 in the form of a grant for the federal fiscal year 23 Senior Companion Program awarded by the Corporation for National and Community Service to be administered by the Age Strong Commission. The grant will fund reimbursement for travel and meals plus stipends for volunteers who provide companionship to homebound and frail seniors. Docket number 0815, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $137,753 in the form of a grant for fiscal year 23 Retired Senior Volunteer Program awarded by the Corporation for National and Community Service to be administered by the Age Strong Commission. The grant will fund reimbursement for meals and travels for senior community service volunteers. Docket number 0893, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $1,525,380.77 in the form of a grant for the federal fiscal year 23 Nutrition Services Incentive Program awarded by the United States Department of Health and Human Services, passed through the Mass Executive Office of Elder Affairs, to be administered by the Age Strong Commission. The grant will fund the Age Strong Commission's nutrition program that delivers meals to homes of older adults and congregate sites in the City of Boston. Docket number 1014, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $263,086 in the form of a grant for the federal fiscal year 23 Title III-C Nutrition Services Program awarded by the United States Department of Health and Human Services, passed through the Mass Executive Office of Elder Affairs, to be administered by the Age Strong Commission. The grant will fund nutrition services for older adults in the City of Boston. These services are enhanced by the Federal Nutrition Services Incentive Program and State Elder Lunch Program grants.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. These dockets are properly before the body. At this time, I'm going to recognize Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll speak to the Age Strong dockets first. There's a docket. Let's see, which get my line. Docket 0122. These Age Strong dockets are regular grants that we get every year. So the docket 0122, throughout the year, Age Strong accepts a number of small donations from event sponsors or small grants under 10,000, and they put these funds into our universal fund to be used for senior engagement and programs to enhance the life of our older residents. And this one comes to a total of $150,000 from the donor group to be administered by the Age Strong Commission. So I'd like to accept and expend docket 0122.
Councilor Braden seeks passage of docket 0122. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The docket is passed. Councilor Braden.
The next docket is 0814. This is an AmeriCorps seniors program that we operate at Age Strong. older residents who participate in our low income and receive tax-exempt hourly stipend for their volunteer service. They provide important companionship and services to support community living for older adults in need of assistance, and they serve at volunteer stations throughout the community which work with Age Strong staff to operate the programme. Volunteers receive a tax-exempt stipend which covers travel and meal reimbursement, orientation and ongoing support and training for their service. I'd like to accept and expend docket 0814.
Councillor Braden seeks passage of docket 0814. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The docket is passed. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden.
The next docket is docket 0893, Age Strong Nutrition Programme. This is a total of $1,525,380 in the form of a grant for a nutritional services incentive programme. This funding is one of the multiple forms of funding for the Elder Nutrition Programme. It is federal funding coming to Age Strong through the Executive Office of Elder Affairs. This is combined with other funds, the State Elder Lunch and Title III-C programme, and put out to bid through an RFP process for operators for the Elder Nutrition Programme, which includes Meals on Wheels, congregate meal sites, meal delivery, nutritional counselling and nutrition education. And there are currently 2 vendors for this programme, Ethos and the Greater Boston Chinese Golden Age Centre. I ask to suspend the rules and accept and expend docket 0893.
Thank you. Councillor Braden seeks passage of docket 0893. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The docket is passed. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden.
Thank you. The next docket is docket 1014, Age Strong Elder Lunch Programme. The State Elder Lunch Programme funding is one of multiple forms of funding for the Elder Nutrition Programme. It is a state funding that comes to Age Strong through the Executive Office of Elder Affairs. It is combined with other funds like the aforementioned fund from the NIPSI, NSIP and Title III-C, and put out to bid through an RFP process for operators for an elder nutrition programme, which again includes, as in the previous docket, includes Meals on Wheels, congregate meal sites, meal delivery, nutrition counselling and nutritional education. And again, the current vendors for this programme are Ethos and the Greater Boston Chinese Golden Age Centre. I respectfully ask to suspend and accept and expend docket 1014.
Councillor Braden seeks passage of docket 1014. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The docket is passed. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden.
The other docket that actually pertains to the Office of Early Childhood. It is a message and order authorising us to accept and expend the amount of $340,000 in the form of a grant for the strengthening childcare programmes, and it comes from awarded by the Boston the Boston Planning and Development Agency, and it's to be administered through the Office of Early Childhood. And the grant will, as already mentioned by the clerk, the grant will be fund sub-grants to strengthen our childcare programmes based on the needs of providers. As we all know, our childcare sector is in great need at the moment. Families are under a lot of stress, and childcare is difficult to get access to, and it's expensive. So I respectfully ask that we accept and expend docket 0575. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Braden seeks passage of docket 0575. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The docket is passed. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden.
Thank you. That concludes the 6 dockets that I had wanted to present today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. The chair recognizes Councillor Lara, then we'll go to Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. I would like to move docket number 0817 on page 10, line 6 from the green sheets.
Mr. Clerk, on docket 0817, could you read that into the record, but also can you poll the committee to ensure it's properly before the body?
Yep.
The Committee on Environmental Justice, Resiliency, and Parks. Councilor Lara.
Yes.
Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Docket number 0817. Message in order for the confirmation of the appointment of Kendra Lara as a member of the Building Emissions Reduction and Disclosure Berto Review Board for a term expiring April 24, 2026.
Thank you. It's properly before the body. The chair recognizes Councilor Lara.
Thank you, President Flynn. Docket 0187 is a message in order for the confirmation of my appointment as a member of the Building Emissions Reduction and Disclosure Review Board, and that's going to be for a term expiring April 24th, 2026. This is in accordance with the administration and the Berto ordinance that, as the chair of the Environmental Justice, Resiliency, and Parks Committee, I've been tasked to be an appointee on the Berto Review Board. I have been holding off on confirming my own appointment because I wanted to make sure that we confirmed all of the other appointees, and now that we've been able to confirm Mr. Matt O'Malley, I want to move that we take a vote to approve myself as an appointee today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara seeks confirmation of the appointment in docket 0817. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The docket is passed. Okay. We're going to go to, I apologize, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. We'll go to Councilor Flaherty, who wants to pull something from CPA. The chair recognizes Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Need to pull docket 0783 from the Community Preservation Committee.
Mr. Clerk, can you poll the committee, but also read that into the record, please?
Community Preservation Act. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy. Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
And Councilor Braden.
Yes.
It's properly before the body. The chair recognizes Councilor Flaherty. Okay.
Docket number 0783, message in order approving an appropriation of $1,269,117 for the administrative and operating expenses of the City of Boston Community Preservation Committee for fiscal year 2024, and a further appropriation order in the amount of $37,214,514 from the Community Preservation Fund, estimated annual revenues for fiscal year 2024, to be appropriated and reserved for future appropriation, filed in the office of the City Clerk on April 10th, 2023.
The chair recognizes Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Obviously self-explanatory through the chair. Moving for passage of docket 0783. The 1.269117 is for administration and operating expenses that allows the community preservation to continue their great work. I think everyone widely recognizes and respects the great work that Thaddean Brown is doing on behalf of that organization, as well as her entire team. They continue to do great work, and we continue to see great projects and transformation across the city. And also the $37,214,514, that's for the next round. It's an appropriation on us. So again, essential to keep us on track as we start to vet these new proposals that will be coming for the benefit of creation of affordable housing, open space, and historic preservation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flaherty seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket 0817. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. 073. Okay, that was docket 0783. We're on to Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. If it's okay with you, may I remain seated?
Yes, Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Thank you. I wanted to start with just a small opening in my Islamic practices, only because of the experiences and the abuse and the threats, the death threats, and everything else that I've been experiencing in the last few weeks. So I begin with just a short opening. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. I begin this way because a lot of the threats and emails, and I've only published one, is in regards to my religion and people telling me to go back to my country, calling me Muslim, not even a Muslim, piece of whatever, and just the violent language and threats that I've been receiving. I'd like to remind the public that I'm just a regular person, a single parent with 2 beautiful sons, one of which serves all of you in this country as a U.S. Marine. And I've done the best that I could to facilitate a democratic budget process. As for, at least to my council colleagues' comment about us being divided, I would say that we disagree in policies, and some people are conservative, more conservative than others, and some more progressive than others, that's all. And I would ask my colleagues, I would ask constituents or people watching to refrain from using violent language or inciting, coordinating police officers and others to push against my council colleagues and I that have been more progressive on this budget, including language from the administration. I guess, being the first Black woman chair Ways and Means, then that means that if they disagree, that means if they have to save the budget or recover the police budget, as they called it, which is a false narrative, because I've explained time and time again that the funds that we moved were in excess to the police permanent employee personnel budget. I've broken down the numbers. I've explained over and over and over again. But in this city, which I continue to tell people that a Black woman cannot complain. If her life is threatened, she cannot complain. If I'm told to go back to my country as a Muslim piece of shit, I can't complain. I take care of my children, I go home, I do my job, and not just people on the outside, but also some people in this building, my colleagues, incite some of this violent threats. And so I've gotten information that staff of my colleagues also are calling my constituents to provoke this. And I'm asking you kindly, in peace, for you to stop. Mr. Council President, I'd like to thank you for your statement, for standing up for me. I read your remarks, and I appreciate you for being a gentleman and for your kind words in support of me. In the last couple of weeks, I've had nightmares about my children getting killed. And to be able to go home and already as a Black woman to a urban community to constantly worry about whether or not my son will get home safely, but now to worry about whether or not somebody somewhere will do something to harm me or my children. So although I can appreciate people's position in terms of opposing my decisions, I would like to ask you to remember and to have some humanity. And if you yourselves are Islamophobic, you don't belong here. If you yourselves are racist, you don't belong here. But if you are not, and you incite this level of behavior, you're putting my life in danger. Thank you for allowing me to state that, Council President Flynn. I'd like to pull docket number 1132 from page 21 of the green sheets.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Clerk, on docket 1132, can you poll the committee and then read that docket as well into the record?
Committee on Ways and Means, Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Here.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia. Councilor Louisiana. Councilor Baker. And Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Baker.
Can I ask what the vote is on? I'm sorry, I just came back.
This is the committee to have the budget docket on the floor.
Yes.
That was only three. Councilor Louisiana. We're voting to get the budget docket on the floor? Yes. Yes, we have a majority.
Okay.
And I'll read the docket.
Yes, please read the docket into the record.
Docket number 1132, message in order for annual appropriation and tax order for fiscal year 2024, and return docket 0760 with further amendments to your honorable body.
This docket is properly before the body. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Before I recognize Councilor Fernandez Anderson, during this budget process, during this voting process, I would ask all my colleagues if they can stay in this room so we can get this done as quick as we can. It's distracting when people are coming and going. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, I am moving to override in 5 parts the mayor's resubmitted budget that was sent to committee on June 21st, 2023. I would like to present the budget override recommendations which strike a balance between enhancing vital city programs and services while identifying areas in which we can responsibly decrease spending. After careful consideration, I believe that these recommendations embody the highest standard of fiscal responsibility, where the priority remains to address the pressing needs of our city. We have the opportunity to allocate resources in a manner which best serves the interests of our communities, while still maintaining crucial city services as elected representatives. It is our duty to aim to achieve outcomes that best align with the values and priorities of our constituents. With that being said, I implore you that all members of the City Council consider the following recommendations, and I ask for your vote to support them.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Would, Mr. Council President, would you like to take some time? It wasn't a file, it's pulling out of green sheets. These are my talking points, but I'm sharing with my colleagues at this time, so.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, for that recommendation. I do want to give my colleagues an opportunity to thoroughly review these dockets. If anyone is wishing to be in recess for a period of time under 20 minutes, we can certainly do that. Or we can go right into the discussion and voting. Would anyone like to take an opportunity to take a recess?
I'd like to take a recess.
We're in recess for 20 minutes.
20.
We have a quorum. Mr. Clerk, we have a quorum. Ron, can you see if Councilor Tanya Fernandez Anderson is around? Okay. I know, thank you, thank you. We're back on the record. We're waiting for Councilor Tanya Fernandez Anderson. We have a quorum. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor. I do want to try to have everybody be here on time. I do want to ask my colleagues at this time not to use your cell phones to text each other either. I take your word, this is the honor system, I take your word that you're not texting each other and that these are emergency texts from your family or constituents. Council Mejia? No, you weren't recognized, Council Mejia. No, I recognize Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn.
Where were we? I trust that my colleagues have had the time, the opportunity to review. Council President Flynn, there was a part of this report that I mentioned in my original introduction, that there's a part of this report that includes intra-departmental amendments, and there are simply legislative recommendations, and I'll begin with that. And so if you look in my talking points that I've shared with you, in the partial override number 6, interdepartmental for Age Strong Commission, I'm just going to begin with recommendations, and then we'll go into the partial overrides. And so here in the paper that you may have, it's not a report, so there's no need for correction. It states partial override number 6, but it's certainly just a recommendation. So for the Age Strong Commission, $400,000 to contractual for senior transportation vouchers. So this would mean within the department that we think that funds should be moved for this program. $300,000 to expand mental and emotional health services for seniors and veterans. Mayor's Office of Housing, $2 million for the AOP Community Land Trust Fund within contractual, $200,000 for Community Land Trust seed funds. And I think this was particularly to go to pre-RFP for development to support with documentation, application, and technical assistance. $1.8 million for Community Land Trust as well. $2 million for Safety Net Rental Assistance Program for low-income families that are not currently receiving housing assistance. Office of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion, that $1 million to the Emergency Business Relief Fund within contractual. $500,000 for recovery funding for businesses affected by community violence. For the Department of Boston Transportation Department, again, interdepartmental recommendations to go on record from the council to the mayor's office or administration. $70,000 to personnel from emergency employees for 2 parking enforcement FTEs. Boston Public Health Commission, $300,000 to increase staff at life sciences, licensing and inspection departments within Boston Public Health Commission, $300,000 for a pilot program with Harvard Street Neighborhood Health Center called the Healthy Food Pantry Program that will provide no less than $300,000 of resources and shall be made available to the Harvard Street Neighborhood Health Center for the creation of Healthy Food Pantry HFP program. This program is for creation, distribution, and administration of a shelf-stable food distribution program consisting of entrees and condiments with little or no salt, fat, or sugar in none of the top 9 food allergens identified by the United States Food and Drug Administration. Parks and Recreation Department, that a new line item be created under Parks and Recreation Department budget specifically for park rangers. In the Parks Department, there are line items such as contractual or personnel, but it doesn't necessarily specify the amount to go to park rangers. And so that there's been advocacy to be more specific as to exact amount for park rangers. Special Inspectional Services Department, $500,000 to fund an increase in staff with more advanced monitoring equipment to enforce the existence noise ordinance. Boston Housing Authority, $200,000 for BHA housing vouchers. Boston Vets, $300,000 to expend mental and emotional health services and seniors, for seniors and veterans. Boston Police Department, $325,000 to increase funding to our Boston Police Family Justice Group and the Family Justice Center, FJC, of Boston, so they can effectively support those who are victims to domestic violence and are able to go to conferences and workshops that help train them to do their better job. And as for the partial overrides, again, I'm making these recommendations, and I've taken into account some of the mayor's accepted budget amendments. And just to give you context, I will read them on record so that you can have context on how I prioritize the very minimum amount that we could find of unspent funds within the budget. I'd also like to clarify that all amendments overrides suggested today, recommended today, will pull from non-personnel and only funds that are contractual or supplies and equipment. And some of these funds, all of these funds in particular, are not funds that would have been incorporated in FY23. So assuming smooth spending for 2023, they should be okay. So I looked at funds that would be in excess, so unspent, and that is how I calculated the amount that my council colleagues did not have a problem or have stated that they have a problem with pulling from. For Councilor Braden, the $250,000 increase to Age Strong for contractual services to support LGBTQ plus center citywide senior study. Again, this is the accepted budget amendments by Mayor Wu. I spoke with OBM and they were not clear as to the amount that was supported, but we think it's in and around $150,000. But with potential to do other contracts, specifically because we can't earmark to specific organizations. Although some of the intra-departmental recommendations does specify specific organizations. Again, there are recommendations. For Councilor Coletta, Mayor Wu supported $30,000 increase to the Office of Language and Communications for equipment and translation equipment. For Councilor Coletta, Mayor Wu supported $250,000 to the Department of Innovation and Technology towards contractual services for contractual general. For Councilor Flaherty, Mayor Wu supported $100,000 increase for the Boston Fire Department for equipment for drones. For Councilor President Flynn, Mayor Wu supported $290,000 for the Labor Compliance and Worker Protections Department towards contractual services for worker safety ordinance. For Councilor Lara, Mayor Wu supported $240,000 increase for the Office of Human Services for personnel and contractual services for 1 FTE for community safety program vouchers for child care entrepreneurship program. For Councilor Lujan, Mayor Wu supported $50,000 increase to the Office of People Operations for contractual services for the municipal wage study. For Councilor Lujan, Mayor Wu supported $50,000 increase for the Office of Fair Housing and Equity for contractual services for fair housing testing. For Councilor Worrell, Mayor Wu supported that $4,674,174 to the Public Health Commission towards special appropriations for collective bargaining collective bargaining and men's health initiative. I just wanted to clarify that. Specifically, I think it's a smaller portion, 600,000 to men's health for Councilor Worrell, not the full 4 million. The 4 million specifically special appropriations, I think is for collective bargaining. Councilors Worrell and also Coletta, $100,000 increase for Office of Women's Advancement Contractor Services for maternal health grants and menstrual products. Actually, I think this is Councilor Coletta's amendment. And then Mayor Wu added her own increases or other line items, which include, and this was not advocated by my council colleagues, $694,177 increase to the Library Department for personnel services for collective bargaining, $349,000 increase to the Public Facilities Department for personnel services for 4 to 5 new FTEs for capital projects, $175,000 increase to the Office of Immigrant Advancement for contractual services for emergency arrivals, logistics, coordination, $80,000 increase to the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ+ Advancement for personnel services for more capacity, $33,970 increase to the Parks and Recreation Department for personnel and contractual services for collective bargaining, $200,000 increase for the Mayor's Office of Housing for special appropriations for housing vouchers, $400,000 increase for the Environment Department for contractual services for Berto, $4,787,321 increase to the reserves of collective bargaining for personnel services and collective bargaining. And today, in the mayor's filing, I know that my colleagues have already probably seen this, but $3 million was moved from account transferred from 100-40500 mayoral reallocation. According to, and you can read it for yourself, but according to Section 18 of Chapter 190 of Acts of 1982, this law since 1982 states that the mayor is able to reallocate funds up to $3 million per first fiscal year. And basically, she increased it to total amount of $3 million. And you can see the amounts there to Office of Human Resources, Procurement, People Operations, Do It, Registry, Property Management, Office of Human Services, Language and Communication Access, LGBTQ+. And so you can see the $3 million and the different allocations in the filing on page 14. So what I did with my team, and again, I'd like to thank Shane Pack, Ways and Means Liaison, as well as Karishma Chauhan, who is our budget analyst, who's been crunching the numbers to be able to create or put this together in partnership with my office. The first partial override is to increase Office of Human Services contractual, $20,000, returning Citizens Vital Documents Waiver Pilot Program, $20,000, increase Office of Historic Preservation Contractual Service, $25,000 for Black Heritage Trail signage, increase will contribute to celebrate the rich history of our community, okay. Increase Mayor's Office of Immigrant Advancement Contractual Services, $250,000 for ESOL classes for new arrivals and beginners. Increase Mayor's Office of Immigrant Advancement Personnel Services, $125,000 for Director of Atlantics and Caribbean Programming and Policy. Increase of Office of Food Justice Personnel Services, $90,000. Project manager, for project manager role specifically. Increase, to increase capacity. Increase Office of Neighborhood Services Contractual Services, $21,000. Increase Arts and Culture Contractual Services, $135,000 for cultural spaces. Increase Women's Advancement Personnel Services, $260,000 for maternal health programming. And there's specificities there that you can see. Increase youth employment and opportunity personnel services, $300,000 for workforce development for recent arrivals. Increase women's advancement contractual services, $150,000 for maternal health grants. These proposals, these proposed increases will empower and uplift Boston's immigrant women and youth population, as well as recent arrivals in other areas, as you can see, and promote economic development and arts, culture, and culture, fostering a strong and inclusive Boston. To ensure a balanced budget, we must identify areas in which reductions can be responsibly made. Therefore, I propose to the following corresponding decreases in certain departments. And for those who may not be familiar, the pulls have to be done in accordance to what was originally filed in the tax order. So the amounts have to match, if not under, less than the amount. So it's a difficult balance to try to do this, and again, none of which is coming from personnel. So from Central Fleet Management Equipment, $140,000, Central Fleet Management Contractual, $2,000, Department of Innovation and Technology Equipment, $200,386, Human Resources Current Charges and Obligations, $200,000, Intergovernmental Relations Supplies and Materials, $2,000, Property Management Equipment, $219,276. Snow and Winter Management Equipment, $670,000. I'm asking for a vote for a partial override that I've just listed.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. At this time, I do want to give the opportunity for my colleagues to speak on this issue. At this time, I'm going to call on Councilor Baker. Councilor Baker, you have the floor.
Where to begin, Mr. President? Last night I went to sleep thinking we were taking a vote one way. We don't get any kind of information until we're well into this meeting here. We got this half an hour ago. The process has now changed from what I thought it was going to be. I don't think anybody here, maybe, I'm sure somebody knew what was going to go on, but I certainly didn't know what's going on. And a lot of it looks like we're going to pit people against other people. I think it's kind of dirty pool the way that it's happening here. I'm not comfortable taking these votes like this. And the chair is consistently saying nothing's coming from personnel. We're going into a very difficult economy in the next year, next 2 years. Do you know how the city balances their budget when you have difficult economies? Anybody? They lay people off. You saying people aren't getting laid off, I don't believe that for a second, not even a half a second. There'll be people laid off. This isn't the way we should be doing this. This all looks, I don't even want to say anything because I don't want to be accused of attacking anybody. But to come in and do this like this here, it's a 7-page document, all kinds of money from here, money from there. And even like the one thing that I did for the security guards, it was very simple. $580 that they needed to get their raise, take $580 from their overtime budgets, which they're paying overtime budgets because they're light on staff. Why does that change? It's now into taking money from the police. Public enemy number one, the police. Take money from them. Feels like a game, Mr. President. I'm sick of the games. Let's do something straight up. This isn't straight up. Doesn't look straight up to me. I deal with people straight up, constantly, consistent. I'm consistent. This isn't consistent. We get in here. Who knew that this was how we were taking the votes? We're going to put them into 6 different votes. Is this even right by the charter? I mean, what? Someone tell me what is going on here. We couldn't get this at least noontime today. We should have had this Monday at 10 o'clock. Monday at 10 o'clock. At least this morning. We get it when the meeting's almost over. We get it before we're taking the vote. Who does this? And we're supposed to be okay with it? You know, we're gonna pit, car 5, we can't get car 5 unless you do this, this, and this. By the way, nobody's gonna get laid off. I've been laid off. I've been laid off in the city, in difficult budgets. The money tree isn't gonna be here all the time, and if this is the way that this process is gonna move forward into the future, we are in trouble. We, all of us in the city, little kids, older people, we're all in trouble. If this is the way this is gonna happen. Now, if we could have been responsible from the beginning and done real changes, and we weren't like pigs, this wouldn't be a problem.
Pigs.
Pigs. Was that you?
Excuse me. Councilor Baker has the floor. I'm gonna allow Councilor Baker to continue, but I would rather city councilors not interrupt anyone regardless if you agree with them or disagree with them. I will ask every council when you do speak to me. Just speak directly to me, but I do not want any other councilors weighing in when another councilor has the floor. Councilor Baker?
Okay, I'll wrap it up. What I'm trying to say is, I'm not comfortable taking votes like this. I'm not comfortable in the 9th hour we found out how we're gonna take the vote. Last night we were gonna take a vote. It was an up and down on either you're gonna support the amendments or not gonna support the amendments. If this was the way this was gonna be, this feels eerily like redistricting to me. They're gonna tell us when we get to the meeting how we're gonna do it. This should have been laid out from the beginning. This isn't a process. This is applied to us. This doesn't feel like it's about me at all. This feels like it's being applied to me. Mr. President, this is dangerous. This whole process is dangerous. I'm concerned for the city of Boston. That's all I'm gonna say, participatory budgeting. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. I see people that aren't elected, that aren't even from the city, walking in and out of this place, and they have more say in this than I certainly did. Then again, I didn't really avail myself very much, so I'm not gonna get into that. But there's people here that don't even live here, don't pay taxes here, don't have kids here, have never coached or mentored any children here. They've got more drag, more say on this budget than anybody in this room here. The guy's not even here now. He left. So I may hurt some feelings, but I'm thinking I gotta vote no on all these things, just to hold to my principles. The principle that I don't think that this is a good process for us. If we were laid out better, if we didn't go in and look to take $75 million and just say, nobody's gonna be laid off. We can take and play games with $75 million, no one's gonna be laid off. My department was closed over $1 million. 40 people lost their job. Lifetime careers lost their job over $1 million. And I sit here and listen to people just throw, we'll throw $5 million there, we'll throw this, that. Crazy, crazy. I feel bad for the city of Boston. Very concerned about the city of Boston moving forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Baker. I'm going to go next to Councilor Coletta, but I am going to ask my colleagues to direct their comments and attention towards me, not towards any other city councilor. Speak directly to me. It's an emotional issue. If people need a break, take a break, but I don't want people losing their cool here. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta. Councilor Coletta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. I am going to pull back a little bit and just dial it down just a tad. This is an emotional issue. For me personally, I get very unsettled when there's a lot of shouting. So I'm just going to talk very slowly and try to put some meaning behind the words that I've written down, try to be diligent about and been very thoughtful about. So I have had conversations over the past few weeks with department heads about existing programs and operations. I've gotten a chance to learn how this hive that a city government runs and how dependent we are on the employees that keep it going. It is our duty as councilors to protect vital services that the people of Boston depend on, while also looking to the future to solve some of our most persistent problems. We can do both, and I believe it is a false dichotomy to place municipal work squarely within the nuts and bolts realm, even though I love my nuts and bolts, while ignoring the important policy work that invests directly in providing opportunity in people's lives. District 1 embodies this concept. It's arguably a very urban district with concrete landscapes and walkable communities. Our green space is few and far between. We have one of the lowest tree canopies in the city of Boston. We are densely populated, leading to unique challenges that only come with many people living within a small square footage. My district relies heavily on the efficiency and responsiveness of city services to truly maintain a high quality of life for its residents. This does include public safety, trash pickup, clean and safe parks, streets and sidewalks that don't cause injury to people. We have bricks everywhere in the North End, and I've been trying my hardest to get it done, but we just don't have enough people, and we don't pay them enough, so those positions don't get filled. Enforcement of local parking laws. I am proud to represent a lot of city employees, many of whom have called me and thanked me for standing in solidarity with them. I also have a high socioeconomic disparity in my district. The needs of families in East Boston are vastly different than those in other neighborhoods. People, especially our new arrival and immigrant brothers and sisters, are working 2 or 3 jobs just to simply survive. They deserve opportunity and investment from the city to obtain economic mobility, affordable housing, quality education for our kids, and clean air to breathe without a jet engine fuel. City government should be accessible and responsive to their needs, just as it is responsive to the needs of those with high-paid lobbyists and infamous union reps. I absolutely love serving this district and I love its people. I've heard directly from them over the last year about what they want me to preserve, protect, and enhance in this district. Taking my cues from them, as I always do, I believe the amended budget presented by the mayor is one that works and will serve everybody. It addresses the nuts and bolts issues, expands them, and ensures our city is doing what it should to maintain a world-class standard for residents and visitors alike. I'm also pleased with the longer-term investments in affordable housing, utilizing ARPA dollars, city-owned land, and creating financial models to get more vouchers for families. I'm also supportive of the existing $1.5 million for a mental health response model that everyone agrees is a priority. This includes the BPHC, the mayor, and the commission that has been thoughtful with their funding recommendations. We need to implement that program as laid out immediately, and the $1.5 million will get us there. I'm also pleased to see additional funds to get the newly established participatory budgeting office off the ground. I'm supportive of ramping up the office over the next couple of years, while also strongly believing it is our fiduciary responsibility to first walk with a smaller set of funds before we can run with more. I'm supportive of investments in recent work of the Youth Employment and Opportunity Office and in favor of growing their work to scale. This budget invests in my priorities as counselor: affordable housing vouchers for families who need it most, expanding language access to make city government more welcoming, investments in newly arriving migrants, improving constituent service technologies because our internal systems are archaic and they need reform, vending machines that will be placed in key locations around the city that provide menstrual products, which is so radical, it's incredible, increasing capacity to review wages for city employees. What I hear from many is that the services we provide for our residents are lagging because we aren't competitive with salaries. And next month at the bargaining table, I'm confident that discussions will be geared towards paying people what they deserve and offering fair wages and incentives, and so much more. And so this is why I'm confident that what has been proposed is the right budget for Boston in this moment. And just in terms of process, the process and how we got here was unlike any other, including last year. There is broad consensus, collaboration, and conversations taking place both within this council and the administration. I am processing the fact, quite differently than my colleague, but I'm processing the fact that we received this amendment packet today. We didn't have the ability to dive into the cuts, the pulls, the investments. Respectfully to the chair, it's not a framework for reviewing the budget that I'd like to see utilized moving forward. And moving forward, I am also proposing an independent audit report or an independent financial analysis be produced that truly shows us unspent funds from a neutral third party, projects, breakdowns of contractual services, impacts to cuts on things like utilities, et cetera. This is not to breed mistrust, but the stakes are too high to, one, not have ongoing conversations with one another or with the administration, two, operate from different sets of facts about money, where it lives, and its purpose. It's a financial document. It should not be political. Additionally, this budget process is just one tool that we have to get our priorities up and running. We are a legislative body. We have the ability to write ordinances, zoning amendments, and change the code to establish some of what we'd like to see happen in this city. Dropping in large sums of cash without buy-in or coordination with the respective cabinet or department is not productive. Push where you want to, hold the administration accountable if they aren't doing what they should, but it's all on all of us to do the work of understanding the wide-ranging impacts of proposals and how to set it up to best serve Boston. As far as amendment package, this one in particular, I've reviewed everything and I still don't know for certain the impacts of decreases in line items to city departments. There are worthy and noble causes here, to which I am not against in theory. Increasing pay to city council salaries, for example, I fully support that. We have usually done and can do this again by drafting up an ordinance, sending it to the Government Ops Committee, and passing it through the council. That way the mayor can come up with where the money comes from. I am also sorry to hear about the abuse that you have personally dealt with Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. I denounce it in the strongest terms, and I just think it's unacceptable, and you don't deserve that, so I'm sorry that that is what has come to you. I think that you have shepherded us through this process to the best of your abilities. I also want to thank central staff. I want to thank the Office of Budget Management, IGR, to get us to this point. The work does continue. City budgets require making difficult decisions and compromise. And I will always work with this body to ensure much needed resources are delivered to Charlestown, East Boston, and the North End. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Clutter. The chair recognizes Councilor Flaherty, and then I'll go to Councilor Royal. Councilor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the administration's budget with no overrides. The budget is sound, it's balanced, it's prudent, it's fair. It supports a high level of basic city services. It also supports collective bargaining agreements. It also maintains our fiscal stability and our bond rating. It also plans for the future and puts us in a good position, particularly if the economic downturn goes longer than expected. And will help us prevent, hopefully it doesn't get to that point, prevent layoffs and cuts to city services. Are there more things that I wish were in this budget? Of course. Each one of us can point to stuff that we want in our respective districts or as a citywide city councilor. But CAR 5 comes to mind. It's something that I'm very passionate about, as you all know, and appreciate the support of my colleagues on that. But not at the expense of other departments, of other line items, of other services, and not at the expense of pitting colleagues against each other and/or their amendments against each other, and that would ultimately happen through the override process. As a footnote, Mr. President, I think we should revisit participatory budgeting, given that it doesn't work well. This is the second year in a row. It limits councilors' abilities, and councilors that were elected, duly elected by their respective constituents and/or the voters in their districts, or in my instance, across the city. And it also has expectations out of whack. And we saw that, whether it was constituent expectations through the process and/or colleagues' expectations as to what could come through the process. And as I explained a few weeks ago, you see a situation where our strength obviously is a collective in the capital and then in the operating. Normally you would need 7, but obviously today it's 5. And I explained that a few weeks ago as to when the volleying comes back and forth. And that's a direct result of participatory budgeting, whereby we kind of lose a little bit of that flexibility. We lose a little bit of that strength. We lose a little bit of the ability to negotiate with the administration. So all of that said, I will be voting against any overrides. I look forward to working with colleagues in the administration with this particular budget to make a difference for the people of Boston. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Flaherty. The chair recognizes Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to both central staff and the Chair of Ways and Means for shepherding through this process, which is highly emotional for many people because dollars are values, and where we put money and who gets money and how that money gets distributed has always been a contentious process in this city since budgeting has existed. As I look at this before me today in terms of, I think there's 5 separate votes here with 5 separate categories of veto overrides. I want to be clear that I'm grateful for both the chair's decision to not take money from libraries or vets or from personnel lines. I want to be clear that I wouldn't have supported it if it had done that in terms of this finalized slot. I want to sort of highlight where we're putting money, which is increasing the Office of Historic Preservation for contractual services for Black Heritage Trail signage. That feels sort of overdue, to be perfectly honest. Increasing the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Advancement Contractual Services, $250,000 for English second language adult classes for new arrivals and beginners, which is incredibly and increasingly important. Increasing the Mayor's Office of Immigration Advancement Personnel Service, $125,000 for the Director of Latinx and Caribbean Programming Policy in a city where 1 in 5 residents are Latino. That feels incredibly important. One of my personal requests, which was increasing the Office of Food Justice Personnel Services. I get maybe second to traffic and permitting concerns or development concerns. I get calls about food insecurity. It's a very large problem, frankly, in a city that is this wealthy, and I think any dollars we can allocate to that are necessary and should be there. I see that there's money being added to increase women's advancement personnel services for maternal health programming. You know, I think we recently saw national news, one of our Olympians passed away due to maternal health complications. This has been an open secret. This has been something that has been shouted from the rooftops for the last 3 years, that Black and Latino individuals have worse maternal health outcomes. And if we're going to be serious about that, I think we have to put money in those places. And so I'm grateful to the chair for doing that. There's another $150,000 here for maternal health grants. And so I'm grateful to that. This increases the Boston Fire Department personnel services $1.5 million for CAR 5. I appreciate that. And I think, you know, we increased the Age Strong Department's contractual services for senior programming. I appreciate that. And so I think that when we're talking about, you know, pitting departments against each other, that is the nature of this amendment that was passed. And just to be clear for folks listening, what I mean by that, we have to, if we add a proposed increase to any one department or any one office, we have to also identify where we take that money from. There's no version of this process, none, doesn't exist. It's not going to exist unless there's some new ballot initiative that I'm unaware of that's coming down the pike. For now until some substantial change happens to our charter, if you want to add money to an office, you're going to have to take money from an office. That's just how this is written up. That's just what this is. And at the end of the day, I think, you know, like other colleagues, I personally pay attention to where is that money coming from and where is that money going. That's what I look at. I think it's, frankly, unfortunate that we are one of the only bodies that I know of. The State House doesn't have this issue. They just earmark it and go. But we have to identify where that money comes from. And so as long as we have to do that, we're going to have uncomfortable decisions that we have to make regarding where do we put this on a priority scale. Do we think $150,000 to maternal health is more important than, say, let me take a look here, snow and winter services? We got some money coming from there, or intergovernmental relations is supplies and materials, right? You're going to have to make these kinds of decisions where we're identifying line items where money is coming from and where it's going to go. To that degree, again, I support, I believe, all of these veto overrides. I got to take a look. But I believe I support all of these based on what I'm seeing on this document in terms of where the money is being allocated to. These are services that deserve them. I think it's difficult when we have a situation where we do have to take cuts from specific places and then see what that impact is. I think that makes this process trickier by far. I also just want to talk to participatory budgeting specifically. I support participatory budgeting. I think from a community standpoint, it makes sense to have community involved in where money goes. I think we haven't really yet done that yet. I don't consider this participatory budgeting. This is simply the city council deciding one way or the other how things are going to go. I think participatory budgeting won't really be in effect until next year. But overall, I recognize that this puts people in positions where they have to say, do I support more money going to this office or more money going to that office? And the reality is nearly every office in this city deserves or requires more money than is allocated to it. That's just the reality of the need. And so if we are prioritizing the hungry, if we are prioritizing immigrants, if we are prioritizing the Office of Women Advancement, I can support that, and so I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Royal. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Where do I begin? So I'm not going to be melodramatic. I'm just going to keep it 100 and just keep it simple. Is that, I find it extremely challenging to come into this chamber budget season after budget season and always having to bicker. But that's part of our job, and it's all good. But what I do struggle with is this notion that the people that, I'll speak for myself, that I represent don't understand the budgeting process, or that don't deserve a right or have a voice in terms of how we spend their dollars. That I find that to be really challenging for me to accept, because I am a community organizer, and because I have fought the system that I'm now inside of. I know how important processes are, and I know how important it is and how validating it is when the people that put us in these positions feel like they're a part of the process. So I just want to continue to uplift and call in community into these processes, because ultimately they pay our salaries. And ultimately they're the ones who are dodging bullets, living the realities, and are the ones who are struggling to make every single end meet, and yet budget after budget, season after season, we're not investing in the things that we know will address the root causes of poverty, that would address the root causes of violence. And so if we have an opportunity to change the way we do business and trust the process, this is the opportunity for us to do that. But the narrative that we see play out in the news and the dysfunction and the back and forth, it's just all part of the political theater. And sometimes I'm going to ask myself, do I really want to be an actress in that play? Because nobody is really winning here. No one. So I think that if we're really serious about giving the mayor an opportunity to step into her power, when she sat right next to me the last 3 years, this is her opportunity to allow her council colleagues that she has left behind an opportunity to flex their political muscle just a little bit and give the people what we know they've been asking for year after year. And even before it was cute to do so, I was at barbershops, hair salons, laundromats, doing budget pop-ups with community, asking them how they want me to spend their money before participatory budget even became a law. So it is about a practice, and it's about a principle, and it's about a value. And I am disheartened that we as a body, when it comes to everything that is political, we take on posture, and we take on a narrative, and we feed into that divisive narrative. And I don't want to do that. I think we have an opportunity to show that we could be adults, that we can put our differences in our political ideologies where they need to be, so that we can pass this budget in a way that shows that we are listening to community. And so I think, if we're going to be fair, I'm not going to give anybody a pass, because I already know the way I've seen things. Everybody here is a politician, including me. And so people have already made their deals. They already got what they wanted. Everybody's happy, right? So we already know what the behind the scenes have already occurred, and that's what you get, and you don't get upset. So this is our opportunity to fight just one more time, and I'm here for it. And Councilor Anderson, I do appreciate the process. And I think that, people, this is an exercise. This is a learning opportunity. This is a growth mindset situation right now. And I think you have done an incredible job keeping up with all of these multiple personalities here inside this chamber and outside. And it is not easy being you, period, full stop. And it is not easy showing up and fighting for what is right. And so I just want you to know that I stand with you in this fight. And I stand with the civic leaders that have been advocating for more and I would like to deliver more. The good thing is that I always say this, the only people who can take me out are the ones that brought me in here. I don't have anything to win or lose. And when I show up to speak, I speak from my heart, because for me, it's never about politics. It is always about the people. And I will forever do that work. I'm not here to win votes. I'm not here to climb political ladders. I'm here to do the work, and that's being a public servant. And part of that public service is about making sure that we're investing in communities. And that's what your overrides do. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Anyone else like to speak? Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, and then Councilor Braden. Well, let me go to Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the City Councillor for District 9, we did, I would say, an effort to engage with community and prepare for this budget season, and we did the same last time. We had a community listening sessions, we had a survey, and we reviewed the issues that constituents contacted us about and their concerns. And it's pretty clear the issues were housing affordability, renters' concerns about housing conditions in the neighbourhood, rodent control, graffiti, trash disposal, code enforcement, especially with related to the number of rental units that in which living conditions leave a little to be desired, mould, rodent and insect infestation, etc. And that's in the purview of our Inspectional Services Department. Parks and green space were the other issue. We have a heat island. We have diminished tree canopy in Alston, you know, when it really is a health issue and our parks are, we have some newly renovated parks, but a lot of our parks haven't been, we had a meeting last night about Ringer Park, it hasn't been renovated since 1983, since your father was the Mayor of Boston. So, you know, there's lots of deferred maintenance. The other big issue in Alston Brighton was traffic safety, pedestrians. We've had so many near misses in Alston Brighton, it's an absolute miracle that nobody's been killed in the last year. We have people speeding and running red lights, pedestrians, bicycle safety. We also, the Public Works Department and BTD are, I really applaud the initiative of the Safety Surge to try and improve, expand on our previous Slow Streets programme, but really making roads and sidewalks safe for all road users. And I think the issues that came up when our conversations with constituents really boiled down to what we would call those essential core city services. They're concerned about, they're really concerned about the quality of life in our neighbourhood. And I think that's sort of a stick to your knitting sort of approach that we have to try and do in the context of all the other challenges that we face as a city. We've got a global climate crisis, extreme weather events. So we either go from having too little rain to have no rain, or too little snow, like last winter, to being buried in snow. So there's no predictability in it. There's rising sea levels, like my colleague from East Boston is very aware of, and down here in the downtown area, we're very aware of that. In Alston Brighton, it's a stormwater problem. And we have migrants who are escaping from the global south because of climate change. All of these things are interrelated. We have an incredible housing crisis with the most expensive housing in the entire country. And we are making a valiant effort to try and address that in Boston and in Alston Brighton. We're doing what we can to increase the amount of affordable housing, any which way we can cut it. We have a transportation crisis. The Sumner Tunnel is going to be closed over the summer. The Green Line is going to be closed in the next few weeks for a period of time because of a derailment. That's the state is chronically underinvested in our transit system, and we're left to pick up the pieces right now. And we're in one of the things way of doing it is the mode shift from trying to encourage people to use their cars and use cars less and go over to bicycles, etc. But that requires investment in bicycle infrastructure. So, you know, we went through this budget process. There's so many wonderful ideas in this, but also I know that we're not in conflict with the mayor's objectives. So many of the things that we have been addressed in the original budget and then also the modified budget have moved more resources into addressing the issues that our constituents are concerned about. I think this is always a difficult process. It's always a difficult process. It's emotional, it's politically charged, but I also feel that our constituents are looking to us in this moment. We are spending 73% of the budget comes from real estate taxes. And that's the other area of concern, is that we have residents calling us who live on fixed income. They're living on a social security check and maybe some employment, retirement from their pension or whatever from their employment. And they're facing a $400 increase every quarter in their real estate taxes. And they're calling us and saying, I can no longer afford to live in the city of Boston. I'm a retiree from the city of Boston, I'm a school teacher. They can't afford to live in our city. So, you know, I really think that not only do we have to look at our spending, but we also have to look at our revenue stream and think about, can we really keep this up? Can we ask our real estate, you know, our budget to be 73% from real estate taxes? I think it's unsustainable going forward. And, you know, my big concern is that everyone's saying we're going to hit a dip, we're going to have a decline in our revenue from the amount of commercial property in the downtown area that's laying half vacant right now because of increase of people who are working remotely or working in a hybrid model. So I think we've got difficult decisions to make. We also have to think forward and think, how are we going to keep this going? We have incredible needs. We have incredible challenges. And I feel that as a group, as a body, we have to work collaboratively to try and support all the city departments and all the work that's done on a daily basis. I'm a big advocate for more money for English language classes, for our new arrivals, people who have very basic English. We want to give them some survival English, and we need their skills, we need them in our workforce, we need to equip them, help them get settled, help them get job training or English support so that they can become part of our economy and be productive members of our community in Boston. So I really have very, very, I'm really at this point in time, I cannot support the overrides to the mayor's budget right now in this moment. I think I think that what we've landed is a compromise. We've been talking and working on this now for 2 months or more, and I feel that, just to be clear, you know, we make assumptions about, we had a winter, we didn't have snow last year. There's no guarantee we're not going to get buried in snow this year. Snow and winter management equipment, I know I probably had that in as one of the departments or one of the spaces I wanted to take money from. But then I remembered that we had a pilot program in which we were doing snow removal from sidewalks and our bicycle paths, and we need equipment for that. A big snow plow will not work in those spaces. So we need to invest in bobcats, and we need to have some flexibility in how to adapt to changing circumstances. So I really appreciate all the incredible thought that has gone into these amendments and all the work that we've done and the thoughts, the ideas. This is not over. Like, we're going to continue to innovate and try and come up with solutions for the problems. But in this moment in time, I'm not supporting these overrides. The other question I had, yeah, I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Braden. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. I wanted to respond to the comments that I've been hearing and speak a little bit to the process, a little bit of what has been taking place between the administration and this body, and then close out. In terms of participatory budgeting, as Councilor Arroyo mentioned, this is not actually participatory budgeting. We don't have the public or anybody organizing the community in properly advocating their voice. The city puts out a few workshops, a couple workshops, not even workshops, listening sessions, and I remember the numbers being around 300 people being surveyed about what they wanted. Boston is approximately 700,000 people, but then we're surveying 300 people to say that that's the voice of Boston. And so this is not participatory budget yet. The other piece is that I wasn't here when this body before, most of us, a lot of us weren't here when the community was organizing or this body voted for participatory budgeting. I have assessed the charter amendment and understand it fully in partnership with the council, the administrative council, and our own council, the city council here. We have discussed the charter amendment and the process and have come to a mutual understanding of what the process is. In terms of what my colleague was saying, Council Baker, in terms of the process of it being changed or pitted against, departments being pitted against each other, the process is the process. Last year, we demonstrated it, and I'm sorry that some of you missed that or forgot that or didn't read enough to understand. And so I would say that, with all due respect to my councilor colleague Coletta, beyond the best of my abilities, to the best of the resources, to the best of what was available, to the best of your time not showing up to hearings or working sessions, to the best of coordination with my council colleagues, to the best of listening and working with administration, not making the information and not being transparent or not being available or delaying meetings, to the best of what colleagues were making themselves available, to the best of the administration, Mayor Wu, supporting Councilor Coletta's amendments more than anybody, supporting Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Flynn, Councilor even Baker, and amendments to all of those who said no to the first amendment proposed a few weeks ago, to the best of those abilities. And so when I'm chair, but that just means that I'm responsible for the facilitation. I did not propose these amendments by myself. In fact, all of the overrides and all of the pools are the things that Council Braden already voted for. Every single one of them. All of the amendments are from my council colleagues. In fact, you'll see that only one thing here was proposed by myself, the chair, which is the staff increase because of cost of living increasing, because I believe that our council staff here deserves to be treated with dignity. In fact, I moved to answer Council Baker on the municipal police raise. When Council Baker and colleagues voted down his proposal about where it would come from, the pool, for that increase, we have to shift things around based on tax orders that are already documented, that we've already proposed to pull. And so you do the math and you move the numbers around based on what's available, not what I want. This is not about me, the chair, best of my ability, because I'll settle for when I hear that my colleagues are calling the councilors of color and black women here a ghetto. I'll settle for that. than to be condescended and be told to the best of my ability. I don't want to take any of this personal because honestly, this has been a long road to being sure of myself and doing this job and being able to be as kind, as courteous, as professional, and I dare say humble as much as possible to be able to work in this body and to bring people to the table. People made suggestions like removing winter snow removal funds from there. The very people that voted no and the people that voted yes today saying that they don't agree with that. So is it about the chair? Is it about my abilities or what I've done? Or is it about this body? For example, Councillor Flaherty, in terms of pitting departments against each other. Well, the process is that you look for funds and you make amendments. And again, I found it here. You voted for it. I wasn't here. And this charter amendment that you guys voted on and now in existence the amendment started with 75 million. People said, oh my God, a cleaver to the police budget. Even though I explained over and over and over, there's an excess of $31 million, even though the police was not using $24 million extra in personnel. Mayor Wu increased it by $5 million. Then we went down to reproposing it to $53 million. And today, the non-police funds, the pools, are only a total of $3.8 million. And so, then I made a comment, I said, look, the two can coexist. We can fight for the working class, and we can fight for equity. And if there's additional funds, the mayor proves it. Look, she added from a reserve account, she added $3 million. Right now, it doesn't even, Mr. Chair, you didn't even send it to Ways and Means. It's not gonna go to a hearing. There's no explanation what that money is for. Guess what? No hearing. You know what you said after you read it into record? Put it in file. It's not that I don't notice or I'm not listening or I'm not reading. It's that I'm allowing grace. I'm allowing conversations with the administration to explain why do you move $3 million without telling the body what it's for? Last minute, on the very last day, when it's late, when it was supposed to be filed before the body in April, check it. Go check the codes. And so even when there's a violation, even when that's the case, I'm asking what is the money for? $3 million last minute. So people get on their soapboxes. Oh, we're gonna support not layoffs. False. He knows it's false. There are contracts, they know that legally that's not what we're doing. And I find funds that are in excess in contractual or equipment, and we move it, and then people use harmful, hurtful narrative that incite violence. And I've asked this body, stop doing that. Stop being so ridiculous. Then our councilor colleague gets up and calls us pigs, and you allow it. And we sit here, and we listen to you, and the rules change depending on who gets up and breaks the rules. And so, here it is. I've made myself available, and some of my colleagues have made themselves available. I've done the work. I've said on record, Mayor Wu, settle the police contracts because we should treat them with dignity. Settle the Boston firefighters contract because we should treat them with dignity. None of you got up and supported it. None of you will dare to say it because it's political. Do I blame you? No, you gotta keep your job. It's fine. Why? And then I stand here and I hear this condescending language, this snarky remarks, people being treated poorly. And then when some people get up and talk about divisiveness, it gets to the papers. Oh my God, the divided country. No. Some people are progressive. Some people are bold. Some people are cowards. And some people are brave. So I've done what I could do. And while the participatory budgeting, the mayor disagrees with it and said that she regrets voting for it. BPDA, abolish BPDA, wherever that is now. I'm looking to see how she's going to give away land that doesn't belong to her. I'm looking to see how the Franklin Park is supported with all the environmental stuff all the environmental agendas that she stands for. I'm looking forward to see that. Elect a school committee? No. Negative, kill it. Commission for reparations? Nope, we don't want that. Make it a task force. In fact, 5 people, maybe 8. Everything progressive that comes through here, not just this body, not just a handful of you voted down. The mayor votes it down too, and works with some of these councilors that have already gotten funds in their district, in the capital, and I've showed it and I can prove it. I know this budget in and out. I know where all the money is. There were other ways of me exposing how things are done. I chose to give grace. So today, if you choose to vote the way you vote, it will not affect me, it will affect our constituents. And I will continue to support the participatory budgeting. I will continue to support progressive policies that uplift and move our city in the right direction. It's a very lonely place, Mr. Chair and my colleagues, to sit here, to tell the truth, to fight, to be threatened, to be harassed. It's a very lonely place to take the bullets by myself. But I am just a facilitator of a chair, and I did it damn good. And I sit here and I get this kind of talk about pitting what? We have to take money from a place and put it to another. And we did it, all of us made suggestions. So for the newspapers and the media and everybody else, this is a collective proposal. This came from all of us, including Michael Flaherty, Councilor Baker, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Flynn. I just don't address and identify what's from who, because it's the best way to be graceful. Inshallah. Meanwhile, people were addressing all of these other stuff from overrides that I did not even speak on. I'm thinking that they're saying hurry up and just let's say no to it all at once. But what's on the floor, it's only the partial override for one group, which I've listed to you. That's what I'm asking for, a vote. And then we'll go to number 2, and then we'll go to number 3, and then number 4 and 5. Let them say no. Let them say that the money is coming and is gonna hurt the city, oh my God, even though there's like $3 million being shoved into accounts last minute. Let them say whatever they gotta say. Just say that your political agendas or advancements have been supported already, and you must say no because administration has asked you to. Speak the truth. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask for the vote on the override.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. I'm going to give Councilor Lara the opportunity to weigh in. Councilor Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. I just want to take a moment, to apologize to Councilor Fernandez-Anderson because, you know, I've been on her end of the shooting. And if, you know, as I sit here and consider and think about how this budget process has gone, I am not sure that I have shown up in support of you in the proper way. And as a Black woman, you are too often given the good girl pat on the back, but not right now. Nice job for what you could do. So I just really appreciate your work, and I wanted to apologize on the record. I want to remind this body that we serve at the pleasure of our voters. Voters who voted for a charter amendment that gave the city council the power and also the responsibility to work collaboratively with the mayor to move a budget that was both reflective of the priorities of this body and the administration. That charter amendment was endorsed by 12 of the 13 members of this body when it was put on the floor. And it's one that has now been voted on and taken into effect. And so it's our responsibility. That charter amendment, as written and worked on by one of our council colleagues that is no longer here with us, outlines our responsibility. And it's that if we're taking money from someplace, if we're putting money somewhere, we have to take it from someplace. And so the council is, through this amendment process, just doing its job as directed to us by our charter and directed to us by our voters. So I want to take a moment again to commend the chair. The first version of the amendment budget brought her an incredible amount of backlash, both from her council colleagues and from the public. And to be fair, she listened. These overrides that are in front of me are reflective of a more thoughtful and pulled back approach to the budget process and are reflective of all of the concerns that I have heard from this body, actually. I don't see anything here that has not been addressed based on the concerns that I've heard from my council colleagues, both in public, in the media, and in these chambers. Because what's in front of me shows a commitment to our workers, maintaining essential city services, which are some of the concerns that we heard from our council colleagues and the general public, but it also shows a commitment to racial and environmental justice, which, although everybody here might not be in agreement, is also essential to the well-functioning of a city like the city of Boston, being one of the 25 largest cities in this country. And so I am happy with what's in front of me. I think that the chair has taken great care to ensure that all of people's concerns are addressed here. I haven't heard from any of the statements from my colleagues who have said they're going to vote no on this, any concerns that aren't reflective here. And I intend to support what is in front of me because of it. I think that we are all committed to protecting our workers. We're all committed to supporting our unions. We want to make sure that we all have essential city services, especially me as a district councilor who gets to get all the phone calls about what we're able to fix. And it also shows that we are committed to listening to our constituents, that democracy doesn't just stop when people vote for us. They get to come into the people's house and ask things of us. And President Flynn has advocated very, very avidly for us to be in the chambers, to be available to our constituents, and that's what we've been doing. And so these amendments that were put forth by everybody in the body are reflective of not only the work that all of my council colleagues have been doing for the last 2 years, it's also reflected of the advocacy of the people in the city, which might not be the case for all of us, but to me is incredibly important because that is how we nurture civic participation. It's by letting our constituents know that when they come to the City Hall chambers, when they speak to the constituents, when they organize themselves, when they make phone calls, when they send us email, that we are going to listen. And so I am going to choose to listen to both my council colleagues because all of their concerns I think were valid and have been taken care of by this new override that's in front of me. And I'm also going to listen to the people of the City of Boston. And I'm going to vote in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lara. Mr. Clerk, Councilor Fernandez Anderson is moving to override the mayor's veto. A yes vote is a vote to override. And we'll go back to the council's recommendation. Or a no vote is a vote supporting the mayor's modification. Could you explain that once again in your own words, Mr. Clerk, so everyone is clear?
Roll call vote on partial override number 1. A yes vote is in support of overriding the mayor's veto, and a no vote is you agree with the mayor's budget that was previously submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Could we do a roll call vote, Mr. Clerk?
Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. Councilor Baker, no. Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, no. Councilor Coletta. Councilor Coletta, no. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
No.
Councilor Flaherty, no. Councilor Flynn.
No.
Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Lara.
Yes.
Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Louisiana.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy.
No.
Councilor Murphy, no. Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. 6 votes in the affirmative and 6 votes in the negative. The override fails.
This override has failed. Mr. Clark? We're on to the second partial override vote. I'm sorry, the chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. The second partial override is one that Councilor Flaherty has been advocating for years. He would come in and, they would make jokes. There's the jokes about him having 5 cars to the joke that he always yells out car 5 in every single working session, at least since my tenure here. And when we first proposed 75 million in total in amendments, Council Flaherty then redacted and completely removed the amendment and expressed that he wouldn't agree because same reasons he posed today in terms of, taken from other departments to bring to this department. But how else did he expect it? Then, and then the other thing is, then why did he accept what the mayor supported for him if it was taken from other departments too? But in terms of increase, and he's going to say that the mayor knows best and stuff. In terms of increase, this override increased Boston Fire Department personnel services. Councilor Louis Jean then made this recommendation to make this amendment to increase funding of $1,500,000 for CAR 5. Councilor Jean expressed that this was something needed after the hearing with Commissioner Burke, who on record, you please go check the YouTube videos, stated that we need CAR 5. And of course, speaking with our fires partners and community advocates have expressed that they need CAR 5. And so this amendment asks that we do that, but again, in order for Councilor Baker, for those of you who don't understand how the process works, in order for us to make override proposals, we have to use amounts that were already pulled in other areas. And so we had to combine it with increased Parks and Recreation Department supplies and materials, $50,000 to expand tree canopy. This was a proposal made by Councilor Braden and Councilor Coletta. And so the reductions would come from auditing department contractual $2,000, city clerk contractual $3,000, execution of course special appropriations $1 million. I'd like to go on record again and remind us that Council Flaherty has proposed to take from executions of court. Labor relations contractual $1,000, parking clerk equipment $2,000, property management contractual $59,385. Public Facilities Department contractual $2,000, Snow and Winter Management contractual $363 and $951, Office of Streets Supplies and Materials $2,000, Treasury Department equipment $2,000, Treasury Department supplies and materials $113,079. Again, avoiding. Councilor Coletta had stated that her only issue the last time was about permanent. She absolutely was against permanent employees and removing from permanent employees, and then also had suggested that we remove from snow and winter management as well. So here we are by listening to what my colleagues have suggested previously and piecing it together. Our budget analyst, to her best of, she's actually phenomenal job in piecing together where to find the pools in order to add up to, again, for Councilor Lujan's proposal, which we all have supported in the past, in terms of CAR 5 for $1.5 million.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank-
President, I'm asking for a vote in the affirmative for this override.
Okay. I'm going to ask, we're only on the second override. I'm going to ask colleagues to refrain from mentioning another colleague by name, criticizing them, and it's happened several times by several different colleagues. I'm going to respectfully ask if we don't do that. I'm not calling anybody out. Mr. Clerk, let's do a roll call vote on the second partial override.
Councilor Jen has a light up.
The chair recognizes Councilor Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to start just by thanking Councilor Fernandes Anderson for your leadership here. It's being chair of Ways and Means, you have a lot of hearings, and it's a lot, and it's probably depressing when you don't have your colleagues showing up. I tried my best to show up to as many as I could, and I'm sorry for the personal attacks that you've been experiencing. The internet is a very weird place, and it empowers people who don't have the courage to otherwise say things to your face. So I apologize that's been happening. This, for me, is a mixed bag. You know, I voted yes on the first one. It had a lot of the things that I wanted in there and that I advocated for very strongly. Here, this partial override is mostly about CAR 5, which Councilor Flaherty really took the lead on here and has since pulled back from, you know, Council President Flynn, I know that you said not to state someone else, so I'll say a colleague really advocated for this and made a good point today about our ability to pull from other areas in order to see this happen. And so I'm going to defer to my colleague who has been the advocate on this, as you have said, for years on what is best in this space. I generally think that we have been given the power by constituents via their vote to amend. And so these amendments generally are actually not that much money. Like if we're talking about the scale, one thing, you know, I do think that there are some process concerns, Councilor Fernandes Anderson. It also would be good to have a visual here that stated what is the full amount, and we don't have that over the overrides. I think that would be an important comparison to show. But there are, you know, it's a mixed bag. There are some comments from my colleagues that I echo regarding making sure that we are doing the fiscally responsible thing. Like, I know that when I saw some of these and having to make quick decisions, I don't know how this will impact a certain department. So on this override here, I'm gonna be voting a no. There's some that I support, like the last one. But here, where I think there's a more judicious use of city resources, I am going to defer to my colleague who has been leading the advocacy on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lujan. I'm going to ask Councilor Fernandes Anderson. You have the floor.
In terms of, thank you, Council President Flynn. In terms of the visuals or the process, there's only so many times that I can lay that out for people. Everyone has specific graphs and breakdowns and visuals. And in terms of the process, I've put that in writing in a presentation and repeated myself over and over and over. In terms of visuals, in terms of like totals, I called, I couldn't have been more clear. I asked my council colleagues whether or not they would like to hold a hearing or working sessions. For those who got back to me, told me that no, that they're pretty much busy and would rather just go to this process. So again, I am pulling from the very polls that everyone has already voted to pull from, and I'm using exactly what you voted yes on to support this.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandes Anderson. And let me say for the record, I also agree we need to increase the attendance in Ways and Means hearings, but also other hearings as well. Our attendance is very, very low. Mr. Clerk, we're going to do a roll call vote on the second partial override.
Roll call vote on partial override number 2. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
No.
Councilor Baker, no. Councilor Braden. No. Councilor Braden, no. Councilor Coletta. No. Councilor Coletta, no. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
No.
Councilor Flaherty, no. Councilor Flynn.
No.
Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Lara. Yes. Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Louis-Jean. No. Councilor Louis-Jean, no. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Murphy. No. Councilor Murphy, no. Councilor Royal.
No.
Councilor Royal, no. 8 votes in the negative and 3 votes in the affirmative. The override fails.
The second partial override has failed. We're going to go on to the third one. Again, want to give my colleagues the opportunity to speak if they would like to speak on it, or if we go right to a vote. Seeing no one. Okay. Let me call on Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to reemphasize that folks do know where this money is coming from because they voted for it, they voted on it. So we basically go back to what they've said yes to, what they've reviewed already, what they've discussed already, because hopefully my colleagues vote for what they research and understand before they vote yes. And so for same here applies here. There is nothing, no other amounts to pull from. So it's just a matter of, for example, there was $75 million proposed first. People said, oh, that's too much because people weren't showing up to working sessions. And then so I took everybody's proposals and I put it together to put it on the floor. I knew exactly what was going to take place. People would say, oh my God, it's too much, because nobody was showing up. And then we brought it down to 53 million. We had 7 votes that went to the mayor, and the mayor vetoed it. And so what happens then is people started expressing, I'm okay with snow removal, I'm not okay with permanent employee, I'm okay with this amount. And then I take note of all of that. And I look at all of the pools, and I kept decreasing the amount. I found about $13 million in unspent funds, or funds that would be in excess in these departments that I've laid out here in the pools. And then I asked my colleagues which departments they had an issue with taking from. And then we decreased it. I went down to 8 million. By the time we were done looking for funds that were unspent and not from personnel and not from departments that colleagues had issues with, we only came down to 3.8 million. So I'm in shock that people will say, this is what I have a problem with, or this is what I don't have a problem with, and then to get here to do exactly what they've suggested. Again, these are not my suggestions. And for it to turn this way. So partial override number 3, increase city council personnel services, $829,385 for councilor staff salary increases, adding this amount to the line item tax order, increase city council personnel services for city council central staff director salary raise, adding $38,000 to line item on the tax order, and specifically to our city council central staff director, who we know very well and love dearly and understand that all the other chief of departments are getting a raise. And so I thought that it would be important for us to show her the respect that she deserves, to increase it to match to be comparable with what the other chief of departments are being paid. So I'm asking here for this override and for the funds to come from human resources, contractual, and treasury department supplies and materials. Mr. President, I'm asking for the vote in the affirmative for this partial override.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Anyone else looking to speak? Councilor Fernandez Anderson. The chair recognizes Councilor Royal. Councilor Royal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a question for the chair. This is for raises for central staff and council staff? Is that what this is?
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
This is for raises for council staff and just one central staff, which is the central staff director.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. It says here that it's $29,385 for counselors' staff. Is that for, are you referring to our council staff, right? Not city council? Okay, just want to be clear. Because he just asked the same question, you just said no, so I just want to, for the record.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
There's, thank you, Council President Flynn, $829,385 for counselor staff salary increase. So counselor staff, not central staff, counselor staff. And then there's a second part to that, which is $38,000 to add to increase the city council central staff director. So just the 38 for the director and the 829,385 for our staff. And that's way less than the original amendment. Again, considering tax orders and the previous pools, what we could find. So that's the proposal.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. The chair recognizes Councilor Royal. Councilor Royal, you have the floor.
Thank you. And so that number, the 829,000, that's divided 13 ways? Is that how that's being handled? That's not just like our staff isn't going to just be 800, it's going to be split 13 ways?
Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
For the counselors, apostrophe staff, yes, you are correct, Councilor Royo, to be divided 13 ways. And again, the method to the numbers is according to the polls and how we total it.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, the third partial override, could we do a roll call vote, please?
Roll call vote on partial override number 3. Councilor Arroyo. Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. No. Councilor Baker, no. Councilor Braden. No. Councilor Braden, no. Councilor Coletta. No. Councilor Coletta, no. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty. No. Councilor Flaherty, no. Councilor Flynn.
No.
Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Lara. Yes. Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Louisiane. Councilor Louisiane, yes. Councilor Mejia. Yes. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. No. Councilor Murphy, no. And Councilor Worrell. No. Councilor Worrell, no. 7 votes in the negative and 5 votes in the affirmative. Partial override number 3 fails.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This override has failed. We're on to the fourth override. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. This increased for property management personnel services in the amount of $584,896 for a salary increase for municipal officers. This can, of course, adding this number to the line on the tax order, also increase Age Strong Department Contractual Services $50,000 for senior programming at the Veronica Senior Center, adding $50,000 to the line item to the tax order. The balance, these increase overrides, I recommend the following decrease overrides to the Boston Police Department equipment in the total of $634,896.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. 650. Council Fernandez Anderson, the clerk mentioned there might be a discrepancy in one of those figures. Mr. Clerk, can you highlight that discrepancy to Council Fernandez Anderson? Yeah, yeah. We're just in a brief recess. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for correction, our budget analyst updated the numbers from the pool. So the correction is to balance these increases overrides. I recommend the following: decrease overrides, Boston Police Department equipment, $350,000. Boston Police Department supplies and materials, $300,000.
Thank you, Council Fernandez Anderson.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilor Baker. Councilor Baker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to propose an amendment to this partial override. It's got to be written out, so can we take a recess?
We're in a brief recess. Mr. Clerk? So we're on number 4. Okay. The chair recognizes Councilor Baker. Councilor Baker, you have the floor.
Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor made by Councilor Baker. All in favor?
Aye. Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm looking to amend the partial override number 4, simplify it back to what it was originally, from my understanding, would be to increase the property management personnel services by $584,896 for salary increases for municipal officers, adding that number to the line on the tax order. To balance these increases, I recommend that the following decrease overrides property management personnel in overtime. So I'm looking to take that amount from their overtime and put it into their personnel, so when they're negotiating, they have that money available to, and this is my read on it, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not, whatever, but looking to provide the department with the money to give the municipal officers the raise that we're all advocating for. Very simple, very straightforward. We dropped the other part of it there with the Veronica Smith Center there for $50,000. Thank you.
Thank you,
Hope I explained that okay.
Thank you, Councilor Baker. I want to open it up to discussion from my colleagues. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councilor Baker, for making this motion. Mr. President, before we go on, I'd like to just take a second to discuss this a little bit with our budget analyst and with our council. But also, I just wanted to commend you, Councilor Baker, for doing this, because this is the process. So, for example, if you were missing all the working sessions and hearings and you weren't showing up, and then you get this, and the reason why the recommendations come in late is because you have to crunch numbers and gather information as much as possible. And there was no hearing in the previous week, so it wasn't in the agenda. And so I had to put it from green sheets. So what you have is not a report, it's a motion, just as you just proposed your motion to us last minute. This motion that I proposed to you would feel that way as well, except you had about 45 minutes recess to review it. And so, Mr. President, if I can just have about just 2 minutes, I just need to ask a question and I'll be back.
We're in a brief recess for about 5 minutes.
Thank you.